Have you ever been written off by people who swore your story was over? Have you felt the sting of whispers declaring that your best days were behind you, that nothing more could come from your life? Have you carried the weight of silence, knowing no one clapped, no one thanked you, yet you still pressed on? Let me tell you this, chosen one, God saw every unseen sacrifice, every quiet victory, every battle you won in secret. The world might have labeled you as done, but heaven never closed your chapter. When you stood in the fire and chose peace over retaliation, God was writing your testimony. When you poured kindness out of an empty cup, He was storing blessings in your future. When you walked through nights of doubt and still rose to face another day, He was proving that your resilience was not in vain. You were never forgotten, never abandoned, never dismissed in the courts of heaven. And now, the tables are turning. The same mouths that mocked you will be forced to witness the manifestation of God's hand on your life. The very people who said you were finished will become the audience to your comeback. You, God's chosen one, are stepping into a season where His power will vindicate you publicly, where His favor will crown you openly, and where His glory will silence every critic. If you believe this is your confirmation, comment 777 below. It's a prophetic signal that you align with heaven's timing. And before we dive deeper, let me pause to give heartfelt thanks to those who've supported me through. Super thanks. Your love and generosity mean more than words, whether you've given or not. Your presence here is a blessing, and I honor you deeply. Stay with me, because what comes next will uncover exactly how God is proving every doubter wrong and why your story is about to shift in ways you never imagined. Are you ready? Let's step into the revelation. God's chosen ones. They said you were done. Now God's proving them all wrong. The delays in your journey were never denial, no matter how loudly the world tried to label them that way. The seasons of pruning were not cruel punishments carved against your destiny. They were divine preparations, carefully designed like an architect shaping the foundation of a cathedral meant to stand for centuries. And every preparation carries with it an unveiling, a sacred unveiling that is beginning now in your life. For so long, others misread your silence and your hiddenness. They assumed that absence of applause meant absence of purpose. But hasn't history shown us repeatedly that what men dismiss as silence, God often uses as the womb of greatness? Psalm 27:14 whispers with unshakable truth. Wait for the Lord, be strong, and let your heart take courage. Wait for the Lord. Waiting was never wasting, it was building strength. They thought your hidden chapter was abandonment. But in truth, it was the concealment of a seed underground. Doesn't a seed first break in the darkness before it rises into the light? The same people who doubted you, who assumed your quiet seasons meant you were finished, are about to be stunned by what unfolds next. Because what is coming over your life does not read like failure, it reads like favor. The very storms that others celebrated as your downfall will now be unveiled as your setup for elevation. The roadblocks you faced, the locked doors that made you weep, are preparing to swing wide. Not because of human manipulation, but because you were forged ready. As Isaiah 22:22 declares, I will place on his shoulder the key of the house of David. He shall open, and none shall shut, and he shall shut, and none shall open. But did he himself, a cuppin, But ask yourself at this moment, could it be that the rejection you once cried over was actually redirection toward your true throne? The truth is, you are not stepping into this chapter because you finally performed well enough or fit into their measures. You are stepping into it because you remained true. You refuse to surrender your soul in exchange for temporary applause. You refuse to blend into a culture of compromise. You would not hand over your peace simply to belong. Nor would you dim your light just to keep relationships that could not withstand its brightness. And is that not the very echo of Daniel in Babylon, who would not bow to false idols, and in the fire discovered the presence of God walking with him, as Daniel 3:25 records, "But I see 4 men unbound, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt, and the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods." Muster, the great Italian painter Caravaggio, once said through his art that light becomes most powerful when it pierces through shadow. In his masterpiece, The Calling of St. Matthew, the beam of light across the tax collector's face symbolized divine interruption. Isn't that your life too, when darkness surrounded you? The light of God marked you. And what of your own interruptions? Were they not divine beams piercing into your plans, preparing you for a calling you never expected? And if your soul still wonders whether you have been abandoned, listen again to the hymn, "Be Thou My Vision." Composed in the ancient Celtic tradition, "Be Thou my vision. O Lord of my heart, naught be all else to me, save that Thou art." These words echo across centuries, reminding the chosen that their worth was never in human applause, but in the vision of God alone. Yet, how often did your enemies mock your silence? They resembled Herod Agrippa, the ruler who lifted himself against the church in Acts 12, only to be struck down by God. Acts 12:23 recounts with chilling precision. Immediately, an angel of the Lord struck him down, because he did not give God the glory, and he was eaten by worms and breathed his last. Their arrogance became their ruin. Doesn't this warn us that those who mock the chosen are building their own collapse? In contrast, think of the ordinary baker Rosa Alvarez from Madrid, who once said after losing her entire business in an economic crash, "The silence of my ovens was the voice of my future." Years later, she rose again, founding a chain of bakeries that became a hub for community restoration. Doesn't her testimony reflect yours? What felt like emptiness was really groundwork. Nature itself testifies this truth. The bamboo tree spends years hidden beneath the earth, sending roots deep into unseen places. But once it breaks the surface, it shoots upward in weeks, towering higher than other plants. Was your hiddenness not the same, a deep rooting before a swift elevation? Science affirms it as well. In physics, resonance occurs when an object vibrates at its natural frequency, producing amplification. Could it be that your silence was God aligning your frequency with heaven's vibration, so that when the time came, your voice would echo with unstoppable power? The pruning, the waiting, the unseen battles, none of it was wasted. All of it was preparation for divine amplification. Now the unveiling begins. What once looked like ashes will shine like diamonds. What once sounded like silence will resound like a symphony. And what once felt like chains will be revealed as training weights that have only strengthened you for your appointed hour. Psalm 106 Fem affirms it. Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy. So rise, chosen one. This is not the season to shrink back. This is the hour to stand taller than the accusations, stronger than the betrayals, and louder than the whispers of doubt. The unveiling has begun. and no voice of man can silence the favor of God written over your life. When you wrestled with doubt, when your own reflection whispered that you were not enough, God never flinched in his certainty about you. He always knew what he had placed inside you, a vision sharper than the eyes of those around you, a heart stretched wider in compassion, and a spirit resilient enough to rise when others would collapse into the dust. Isn't it striking that what you thought was a weakness was actually a training ground? In Psalm 139:14, it is written, "I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works, my soul knows it very well." Every tear, every silence, every midnight wrestle was not wasted. It was chiseling you into the person you now carry into the light. In the stillness, you cultivated strength, not the noisy kind that boasts, but the kind that endures like mountain stone, unmoved by storms. Can you feel how that quiet force is now beginning to echo louder than the trials that once sought to silence you? It will not only appear in visible blessings, but it will radiate from your very presence. People will sense it without words. An unspoken authority that carries weight beyond logic. Is this not the kind of weight Paul described in 2 Corinthians 4:17? For this light momentary affliction is preparing for us an eternal weight of glory beyond all comparison. Nature gives us its own mirror of this mystery. The pearl, hidden within an oyster, is birthed not from comfort but from irritation. Layer upon layer formed until beauty is revealed. Has your suffering not worked the same, shaping you into a treasure that now carries divine brilliance? And what of the desert cactus, storing unseen water while scorched by the sun, only to bloom with unexpected flowers in seasons of barrenness? Wasn't your soul prepared in similar secrecy? And here is the paradox that baffles those watching you. You survived storms without becoming the storm. You endured betrayal without turning bitter. Just as Joseph in Genesis 50:20 told his brothers, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive, as they are today." Your trials did not sculpt you into what tried to destroy you. They unveiled the opposite. They released life, resilience, and unexplainable favor. But pause and ask yourself, why do people feel your presence before they hear your words? Why is it that rooms shift, conversations tremble, and atmospheres bend when you enter? Could it be that you now carry the resonance of heaven, the frequency of one who has walked through fire and come out with holy fragrance, like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Daniel 3:27, when they emerged from the furnace? The fire had not had any power over the bodies of those men. The hair of their heads was not singed. Their cloaks were not harmed, and no smell of fire had come upon them. That same inexplicable preservation surrounds you. History warns us through its villains that those who mock such resilience meet ruin. Napoleon Bonaparte, who once crowned himself emperor with arrogance, declared Europe was his possession. Yet his empire crumbled at Waterloo, leaving him exiled and broken. Isn't that a sign that no power built on pride can withstand divine sovereignty? The arrogance of man is always measured against the endurance of the chosen. And in the end, heaven always has the final word. And what if the beauty of this truth is that you don't need to defend it? King David did not plead for approval when Saul chased him. He simply trusted God's hand. As Psalm 23:5 declares, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows." That same overflowing oil is resting upon you, requiring no explanation. only recognition. So rise now, chosen one. Do not shrink back into doubt. Let the storms that once sought to bury you testify of the weight you now carry. Walk with an unshakable presence, for your life is no longer defined by trials, but by triumph. This is not the hour to explain, it is the hour to embody. The unveiling has begun, and you are the living proof. You no longer need to parade your wounds before the world as proof of your strength. The depth of your resilience does not rest on rehearsed stories of pain, nor on recounting every bruise or betrayal. God saw it all. Isn't that enough? Psalm 56:8 reminds us tenderly. You have kept count of my tossings, put my tears in your bottle. Are they not in your book? Your scars are not for spectacle, they are sacred inscriptions known to heaven. This season is not about merely surviving anymore, it is about divine recognition. But is it recognition from fickle human applause, which vanishes the moment distraction calls? Or is it the kind of recognition that thunders from heaven and reverberates through your very being? Every scar that once burned is now transformed into a seal of authenticity, and every quiet moment where you chose faith over fear has been etched into eternity. Recognition from God cannot be revoked by human lips. It carries the weight of everlasting honor. There is a recognition that declares, "This one never quit. This one carried integrity when shadows whispered compromise. This one is worthy of honor in the open because they were faithful in the hidden places." Luke 12:3 affirms this reality. Therefore, whatever you have said in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what you have whispered in private rooms shall be proclaimed on the housetops. You now stand at the threshold of a season that looks nothing like the wilderness you just crossed. Doesn't it stir your soul to realize that peace will no longer be a battle you wage daily, but a river flowing without resistance? And what is more, this peace is not fragile or temporary, it is the kind that carries permanence. Rooted in God's promise, it will guard your heart like walls of a fortress, unshaken by storms or shifting opinions. The very atmosphere around you will begin to testify of this new reality. Nature whispers this same truth. The glacier, moving in silence for centuries, reshapes entire landscapes without announcing itself. Have your hidden years not done the same, quietly carving valleys and forming mountains of strength within your spirit? And what of the night-blooming jasmine, unseen through the day, releasing its fragrance only when the darkness deepens? Were your trials not the night season in which your true fragrance was released? The slow patience of glaciers and the secret bloom of jasmine remind us that the greatest transformations are not instant, but inevitable. Isn't your journey the same? What was unseen by many has been relentlessly working, so that when the unveiling comes, it cannot be denied. Like creation itself, your life has followed divine rhythms no critic could interrupt. The testimony of the faithful rings across time. Job, sitting in ashes, refused to curse God, though he lost all. And in Job 42:10 it says, "And the Lord restored the fortunes of Job, when he had prayed for his friends. And the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before." If Job's ashes became the soil of restoration, then surely your silence is becoming the stage for recognition. Isn't it astonishing that heaven has always chosen to write its greatest stories on the canvas of suffering? Job's pain became a platform for double honor. Just as your struggles are now transforming into proof that divine restoration outweighs earthly loss. What once looked like ruin was, in fact, the scaffolding of glory, slowly being built in your favor. Even psychology tells us that the mind holds implicit memory, unspoken, unshared experiences that shape resilience. Could it be that your unspoken story, though unseen by others, has been encoded into your spiritual DNA, preparing you for influence you don't yet see. Just as in architecture, the unseen foundation bears the weight of the entire cathedral. Your hidden integrity now bears the weight of what heaven is building upon your life. When the structure is finally revealed, no one marvels at the foundation, yet it is the foundation that holds the glory aloft. So too, your hidden sacrifices, silent prayers, and private obedience are holding up a destiny that will astonish many. Isn't it powerful to realize that what seemed invisible was the very strength that ensured you would never collapse? But notice how history deals with those who sought recognition through deception. An infamous figure like Charles Ponzi, remembered for his fraudulent schemes, achieved fleeting attention, but his legacy became synonymous with collapse. Isn't that a clear warning? Recognition gained through dishonor dissolves into disgrace. But recognition born of faithfulness grows into eternal honor. Ponzi's empire of lies fell apart like a structure built on sand, echoing Matthew 7:27, and the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. Doesn't this confirm that every false pedestal crumbles, while truth remains standing? You have chosen truth, and truth will now lift you where deception once tried to bury you. And how powerful is it that even ordinary lives mirror this truth? Maria Torres, a seamstress from São Paulo, once worked for decades in silence, mending clothes that others threw away. When asked why she never quit, she said, "Because every stitch is proof that broken things can still hold together." Years later, her small shop became a shelter for struggling women, offering them dignity through work. Isn't her story evidence that hidden integrity births public restoration? Her hands stitched more than fabric. They stitched together futures, identities, and hope. Doesn't her story mirror your own, where what seemed insignificant in silence is now being magnified in ways far beyond expectation? Scripture affirms the finality of this shift. Revelation 3:8 declares, "I know your works. Behold, I have set before you an open door, which no one is able to shut. I know that you have but little power, and yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name." Doors are opening because you hold on in hidden places, and with each door, recognition flows not from human validation, but from heaven's decree. These doors will not merely be entrances to opportunity, but gateways into destiny rooms designed only for you, prepared long before time began. Doesn't it move your soul to realize that no human hand can shut what God Himself has opened? So, rise now. You have been faithful in silence, and heaven has announced your unveiling. The season of clawing for peace is ending. Peace will now flow like a river around your feet. You will no longer chase recognition, it will chase you. You will no longer need to defend your scars, they will shine as your crown. This is the hour to walk forward, chosen one, for the world is about to witness what heaven has already known all along. And when you walk, walk not with hesitation, but with the authority of one whose name is written in the book of life, whose light can no longer be hidden. This is not a season where doors creak halfway, teasing you with false promises of opportunity. This is the season where doors swing wide with authority, where the hinges of heaven move without resistance. Revelation 3:7 declares, "What He opens no one can shut, and what He shuts no one can open." Doesn't it strike you with awe that the very doors which once refused you now bow to God's decree? It is not chance, not coincidence. but divine endorsement. This is also a season where love is not a commodity you must beg for or chase down desperately. It flows toward you because the Father himself has stamped you as worthy. And is there any recognition more secure than God's own signature written over your life? Perhaps ease feels foreign after years of clawing for survival. Perhaps joy seems strange on a tongue that grew used to tasting only endurance. But does not Isaiah 61:3 promise to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair? The strangeness of joy is not weakness, it is proof of transformation. You are moving from the architecture of survival to the cathedral of thriving, where the foundation is peace and the windows are cut from grace. Isn't it staggering that after seasons of drought, the rain of joy feels almost unrecognizable? Yet it is the very rain your roots have been waiting for. Think of how nature tells the same story. The river, after years of carving stone in silence, suddenly creates valleys that host life. Or the cicada, buried underground for years, emerging to sing in an uncontainable chorus. Has your hiddenness not been the same, a slow preparation that now bursts into sound and freedom? Psalm 30:5 confirms this mystery. Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. What if your morning has already begun, and the melody of your life is shifting from lament to praise? The testimonies of the faithful remind us this shift is not fantasy, but reality. Hannah, once mocked for her barrenness, found her voice in prayer and was honored by God with Samuel, a prophet to nations. 1 Samuel 1:20 records. So, in the course of time, Hannah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Samuel, saying, "Because I asked the Lord for him." Just as Hannah's season shifted from begging tears to overflowing joy, isn't it possible that your barren years are now turning into the womb of promise? And how striking is it that art has captured this same divine reversal. In Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, the Ode to Joy rises after movements of tension and struggle. The symphony does not deny the darkness, it transforms it into triumph. Isn't your life echoing that same pattern, where the notes of pain are reorchestrated into a harmony of joy? What once felt like endurance alone now becomes the anthem of victory. Even the stories of ordinary lives bear witness. A farmer named Elias Duarte from rural Mexico once told his children after years of drought, "The rain doesn't delay, it prepares the soil." When the rain finally came, his fields bloomed beyond measure, and the harvest fed not only his family but his entire village. Isn't that what your story proclaims, that what felt like endless waiting was actually preparation for abundance that will bless more than just you? But history also warns us about those who despised such seasons. King Belshazzar, feasting arrogantly in Daniel 5, treated holy vessels with contempt. Yet the writing on the wall declared his kingdom finished. And that very night it fell. Daniel 5, 26 declared, "You have been weighed on the scales and found wanting." Doesn't that reveal the contrast? While prideful hearts collapse under judgment, the chosen who endured in humility rise into honor. So, rise now. Step into this new season without apology, without hesitation. Do not fear the strangeness of joy. Do not question the flow of peace, for it is heaven's confirmation over your endurance. The doors are not half open, they are wide, and they are yours to walk through. Love is not rationed, it is freely given. Stamped by God himself. Stand tall, chosen one, for what felt foreign yesterday will feel natural tomorrow. You are not merely surviving anymore, you are reigning in the season designed for you. It feels new because it is new, not because days fell from a calendar, but because alignment has finally caught up with identity. For so long, you bent yourself into shapes that made others comfortable, dimming your brilliance so their insecurities would not tremble. But you reached the breaking point where you could no longer betray your own soul. You decided that your essence was worth protecting, even if that meant walking in solitude for a season. Doesn't John 12:24 remind us of this truth? Unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone, but if it dies, it bears much fruit. What seemed like loneliness was not punishment but planting. And heaven is now answering that hidden sacrifice with a harvest no hand can hinder. What you are stepping into now is not hidden labor anymore, it is revelation. It is the hour when the roots you cultivated in silence begin to speak louder than applause. Isn't there a profound difference between someone who glitters only because a spotlight has been cast upon them and someone who carries their own radiance, forged in the fire of obscurity? Proverbs 18:16 declares, "A man's gift makes room for him and brings him before the great." Gifts tested in silence are now demanding recognition in the open. What you nurtured in secret is about to roar into public view, carrying a weight that stage lights cannot manufacture. Nature affirms this divine process. The oak tree does not rush its growth. It sends roots deep underground before stretching its arms toward the sky. And the caterpillar, hidden within its cocoon, dissolves into nothing before wings form for flight. Isn't that what your hidden years have been, an incubation for wings you did not know you carried? Isaiah 40:31 resounds here, "But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." Waiting did not weaken you, it equipped you for flight. But notice the tragedy of those who clung to false comfort and never embraced transformation. Queen Jezebel, intoxicated by power and manipulation, sought to destroy prophets and silence truth. Yet her end was shameful. As 2 Kings 9:33 recounts, they threw her down, and some of her blood spattered on the wall and on the horses, and they trampled on her. Isn't this a sobering contrast? While those anchored in deceit collapse, the chosen who dared to protect their soul rise into eternal honor. Even the arts echo this same awakening. In John Milton's Paradise Lost, the poet writes, "Long is the way, and hard, that out of hell leads up to light." What if your journey has been exactly that, a long, grueling road where each step carried you further from captivity into liberty? Milton's words capture the essence of your transformation. The path may have been severe, but it was leading upward all along. And how much more compelling when ordinary lives bear this witness. Sofia Ramos, a nurse from Lisbon, once said, after years of night shifts and unseen sacrifices, the silence of service becomes the language of strength. Years later, her story was recognized publicly when her small clinic became the center of community healing. Isn't her testimony proof that heaven always honors hidden labor? Doesn't her story remind you that what you did in silence is now about to speak with undeniable force? My friend, this is the unveiling. Heaven's alignment has collided with your true identity, and no amount of delay can suppress what is rising. The season of smallness is over. The season of dimmed light is finished. The very courage you displayed in protecting your soul has summoned a response from heaven itself. So rise, chosen one. Step boldly into the new. For you are no longer hidden, you are heralded. The world must now reckon with what heaven already affirmed. There are those who shine because a spotlight has been cast upon them. And then there are those whose light could not be dimmed, even in the deepest shadows. You, the chosen one, belong to the second. This is why your presence will soon feel undeniable, because it carries an authority that was not manufactured by men, but forged in the unseen. Doesn't Matthew Cinch, Pais Prezice declare? You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. The brilliance that you carry now is not situational, it is essential. And no shadow has the power to smother it. And the more the world tried to cover you, the brighter that hidden flame grew, until it reached the point of bursting forth with unstoppable radiance. What once felt like obscurity was actually God's way of amplifying your glow in silence before revealing it to nations. People will not always be able to explain it, but they will feel it. They will feel the weight of endurance that didn't collapse under pressure. Like a bridge built with hidden reinforcements strong enough to bear storms for centuries. They will sense the purity of decisions that cost you everything but never corroded your soul. They will encounter the clarity of someone who no longer needs external validation to prove eternal value. Isn't this what Galatians 6-9 assures us? Let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap. If we do not give up, you did not give up. And now the harvest is unavoidable. And isn't that why your presence now carries such gravity? Because every step you walk tells a story of trials overcome and integrity preserved. People may not know the full details, but they will sense that your life carries substance, not spectacle. Nature bears witness to this kind of weight. The sequoia tree rises to impossible heights because its roots intertwine with others underground, silently strengthening each other against every storm. Haven't your hidden connections with heaven anchored you the same way? And what of the lion, silent as it waits in tall grass, only to move with decisive force when the moment arrives? Hasn't your silence carried that same potency, waiting until heaven's timing aligned? Isaiah 60:1 resounds over your journey. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you. Waiting didn't diminish your strength, it honed it. The same way the lion's pause sharpens its leap, your silence sharpened your impact. And when you finally move, the world will feel the shockwave of your breakthrough. History contrasts the destiny of those who chose corruption. Caiaphas, the high priest who plotted against Jesus, sought to protect his own power by silencing truth. Yet his legacy is not honor but infamy, recorded only as the one who handed over the Messiah. Doesn't John 11:50 expose his short-sightedness? You do not realize that it is better for you that one man die for the people than that the whole nation perish. He thought his manipulation preserved his place. Yet the cross dismantled his authority forever. Isn't it haunting that while Caiaphas's name faded into disgrace, the name of the one he condemned now reigns above every other name? That contrast is your confirmation. Corruption crumbles, but faithfulness ascends. Even science reflects this mystery. In physics, resonance occurs when two frequencies meet and amplify each other's sound. Haven't your trials tuned your soul to heaven's frequency, so that now your very presence carries amplification beyond human explanation, like an orchestra waiting for its conductor's cue? Every note of your endurance is now ready to rise into harmony. And in architecture, we see how unseen foundations uphold cathedrals that tower for generations. Your hidden sacrifices are the same, carrying the weight of something that will stand long after the applause fades. Isn't it awe-inspiring to realize that both science and sacred design confirm the same truth, that unseen forces are always the strongest? and how much more vivid it becomes through ordinary lives. Samuel Ortiz, a bus driver in Bogotá, once shared after 30 years of quiet service. The world ignores the one who gets them safely from point A to point B, but heaven records every mile. When he retired, his community honored him not because he was loud, but because he was faithful. Doesn't his story mirror yours, that faithfulness in silence eventually becomes undeniable recognition? His life reminds us that impact is not always about noise, but about consistency. Not about headlines, but about endurance. Isn't it the same with you? Chosen one, that your life will now be remembered, not for how loud you shouted, but for how steady you walked. What people will feel in your presence is not arrogance, it is resonance, the aftershock of battles fought in secret. The weight of prayers whispered into midnight air. Romans 5:3-4 affirms it. We rejoice in our sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, and endurance produces character, and character produces hope. Your endurance produced character, and your character now carries a fragrance of hope that no one can deny. This is why when you walk into a room, the atmosphere shifts. It is not you seeking validation. It is heaven validating you. And the more you walk in that resonance, the more impossible it becomes for people to dismiss you. So rise now. Stand in the power of the light that never dimmed. Walk with the authority of endurance proven true, with the clarity of a soul that needs no applause to validate its worth. The world will feel it. Heaven has decreed it. And your story is no longer hidden, it is heralded. This is the hour to embody what trials could not erase, and to shine with a brilliance that shadows cannot touch. And when you rise, rise with confidence. For your journey has proven one thing: your light was never fragile, it was indestructible. That kind of atmosphere cannot be manufactured by human hands. It cannot be purchased, staged, or imitated. It can only be forged in fire. And you, chosen one, whether you have fully realized it or not, have been forged, not in the ease of comfort, not in the shallow applause of crowds, but in the furnace of not yet. It was the waiting that shaped you, the silence that strengthened you, the disappointments that purified you. Didn't Malachi 3:3 already reveal this mystery when it declared, "He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver, and he will purify the sons of Levi and refine them like gold and silver, and they will bring offerings in righteousness to the Lord." Your journey was never wasted. It was refinement for the weight you are called to carry. And isn't it striking that what felt like delay was actually God's furnace, preparing a glory that cannot be denied? The long stretch of waiting was not a curse. It was the anvil where your resilience was hammered into strength. In those quiet places where you had every reason to surrender but didn't, a different kind of authority was born in you. You endured not because it was easy, but because heaven's hand held you. Isn't this the same testimony as David's? Before he held the crown, he was hidden in caves, hunted like an animal. Yet Psalm 27:13 captures his heart. "I believe that I shall look upon the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living." You too carried that same faith in your wilderness. And now that wilderness is bowing to your promise. And is it not true that the most powerful things on earth are always formed in hidden places? Diamonds under pressure, pearls hidden in oysters, rivers carving valleys in silence. Doesn't your story carry that same resonance, that the invisible work of years has now become undeniable evidence of God's hand? Isaiah 48:10 confirms this. "Behold, I have refined you, but not as silver. I have tried you in the furnace of affliction. What others mistook as abandonment was God's testing ground, and your endurance has become your testimony. Consider also how art has captured this truth. In Handel's Messiah, the haunting opening movements emerge from near silence. But by the end, the Hallelujah chorus thunders with unstoppable force. Isn't your life echoing the same rhythm that what began in hidden silence is breaking into triumphant sound? The very notes of your suffering are becoming the symphony of your rising. And history warns us through the downfall of those who despised the furnace. King Saul, desperate for applause, rejected obedience. And as 1 Samuel 15:23 records, rebellion is as the sin of divination, and presumption is as iniquity and idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has also rejected you from being king. Saul's refusal to endure the furnace of patience cost him his throne, while your willingness to remain has secured your crown. Isn't this contrast a reminder that shortcuts always collapse, but endurance always inherits the promise? Even ordinary lives bear witness. Ana Delgado, a baker from Seville, once said, after years of unnoticed work, "Bread rises slowly, and so do we." For decades she rose before dawn, laboring without applause, until her bakery became the heart of her city. Doesn't her story echo your own, that in the unseen hours, something sacred was rising that only time could reveal? This is why God is making sure your story turns now. Your endurance has reached critical mass, like metal tempered enough to bear unshakable weight. Can you sense how every hidden prayer, every midnight tear, every quiet victory has accumulated into a testimony heaven will not let remain unseen? 2 Corinthians 4:17 declares, "For this light momentary affliction is preparing for us an eternal weight of glory beyond all comparison." The weight of glory is now shifting over your life, and no hand can hold it back. So rise, chosen one. The furnace has finished its work. The waiting has written strength into your soul. The affliction has only multiplied your authority. Step boldly now, for this is not just another season, it is your unveiling. What once burned you has built you, and what once delayed you has delivered you. The story turns here, and you are standing in the chapter where heaven's fire becomes your crown. They thought that if they ignored you long enough, the vision within you would shrivel and die. They assumed that neglect would suffocate what heaven had planted. Yet the truth stands unshakable. Nothing authored by God can be erased by human indifference. Doesn't Isaiah 5:5 uns presage declare, "So shall my word be that goes out from my mouth, it shall not return to me empty, but it shall accomplish that which I purpose, and shall succeed in the thing for which I sent it." The silence of others could not cancel the sound of God's decree. And isn't it almost poetic that the very ones who dismissed you will now be forced to witness what he has been constructing all along? The same people who misjudged you will see that your story was never dependent on their approval. You don't rise today out of revenge, you rise because heaven has stamped your journey as undeniable. Their disbelief could not uproot your calling. Their absence could not cancel your assignment. Like Joseph's brothers who sold him into slavery, they thought betrayal would bury him. Yet Genesis 50:20 confirms the divine reversal. You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive, as they are today. Isn't that the rhythm of your life as well, that every attempt to bury you became the soil for your harvest? Nature preaches this same sermon. The lotus grows in murky waters, but its petals emerge unstained. Have your trials not been the same, producing purity out of polluted environments? And what about volcanic soil formed through destruction? Yet it becomes the richest ground for crops. Hasn't your pain been the same? Transforming into nourishment for the destiny God planted within you. Psalm 126:5 resounds here. Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy. Every neglected seed is now bursting into undeniable fruit. But history also warns us about the fate of those who tried to suppress divine vision. Nero, the Roman emperor, sought to extinguish the fire of early Christianity with persecution and cruelty. Yet his reign ended in chaos and suicide, while the very faith he tried to crush spread to the ends of the earth. Isn't this a sobering contrast, that those who attempt to silence God's chosen only guarantee their own downfall, while the vision they fight against multiplies? Even art has captured this mystery of resilience. In Victor Hugo's Les Misérables, the relentless pursuit of justice against Jean Valjean could not erase his transformation into mercy and grace. Hugo wrote, "Even the darkest night will end, and the sun will rise." Doesn't that line echo your story, that neglect could not end what God planted? And now the dawn is unavoidable? And isn't it astonishing how ordinary lives echo this same truth? Clara Nguyen, a school janitor in Melbourne, once shared, "People thought cleaning floors was my end, but I knew it was my beginning." Years later, she founded a non-profit for immigrant families, turning her overlooked years into a platform of restoration. Doesn't her story remind you that what others ignored, heaven always magnified? So, reason now, not to prove your critics wrong, but to prove God faithful, not to demand validation, but to embody fulfillment. The vision inside you is no longer hidden. It is undeniable, unshakable, and unstoppable. You are not stepping into vindication, you are stepping into destiny. And when you rise, rise with the authority of one whose story is no longer a question mark, but an exclamation of God's glory. The very places that once rejected you will soon be confronted with undeniable evidence of why you were set apart. The same halls that shut their doors will have no choice but to echo with your name. The very people who doubted your future will have to stand in the reality of it. And the voices that proclaimed you were finished will be forced to swallow the sight of you rising higher than their predictions ever imagined. Doesn't Psalm 23:5 declare, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows." This is not vengeance, it is divine order. This is heaven's courtroom delivering a verdict. A verdict that proves a point no argument can undo. And isn't it powerful to realize that the stage for your vindication is not built by your hands, but by the very one who promised you would stand? Every rejection was secretly building the platform of revelation. Every closed door was laying bricks for your elevation. Because when God invests in someone, He refuses to let the harvest remain hidden forever. Your harvest is not an optional outcome, it is due, stamped in heaven's calendar. For too long you lived as though your life was on pause, waiting for external validation to press play. But what you did not see was that heaven was still writing, still aligning, still setting things in place for a reveal that would only make sense when the timing was perfect. Ecclesiastes 3:11 assures us of this. He has made everything beautiful in its time. The pauses you misinterpreted as silence were actually rehearsals for your unveiling. Isn't it staggering to realize that while others wrote you off, God was still drafting the masterpiece of your destiny, and every second of waiting was heaven fine-tuning the frequency of your life until it resonated with divine timing? Nature itself testifies to this process. The cicada lies hidden underground for years, silent and unseen, before emerging with a song that fills the air. Have your hidden years not been the same, buried in obscurity, only to rise with a sound no one can ignore? Or consider the glacier, moving slowly, reshaping entire landscapes without fanfare. Wasn't your stillness doing the same, carving strength into your character, leaving behind valleys of wisdom and mountains of resilience? Isaiah 61:11 paints the picture perfectly. For as the soil makes the sprout come up, and a garden causes seeds to grow, so the sovereign Lord will make righteousness and praise spring up before all nations. Your harvest will not stay buried, it must break forth. And just like the glacier and the cicada, your emergence will alter the environment around you in ways that cannot be reversed. But history gives us a warning through those who tried to resist divine order. Pharaoh, in his arrogance, believed he could oppress God's people forever. Yet Exodus 19:2 records, the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen of all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea. Not one of them remained. Pharaoh's defiance ended in his downfall, while Israel walked into freedom. Isn't it striking that those who once laughed at your wilderness season will see the sea part for you while it swallows their schemes? The lesson is clear. No one can fight against the order heaven has set. And the fate of Pharaoh still shouts across centuries. Those who try to suppress God's chosen only accelerate their own ruin. Even the arts have long carried this truth. In Shakespeare's The Winter's Tale, the line, "Though I am not naturally honest, I am sometimes so by chance," reminds us how human schemes stumble, while divine justice orchestrates perfect resolution. Isn't that what your story embodies? That human dishonesty cannot outlast heaven's orchestration, and when heaven writes the conclusion, even centuries of human deceit cannot overturn a single word he has spoken. And doesn't the beauty of ordinary lives testify to? Rosa Mendez, a florist from Buenos Aires, once shared, "I thought pruning killed the plant, but it only made the flowers come back stronger." Years later, her once small shop became a thriving garden that drew visitors from across the city. Doesn't her testimony mirror yours, that what felt like pruning was God's preparation for a blooming season no one can deny? The scissors that cut her branches were the same tools that made space for blossoms in your life too. Every cut has been shaping capacity for overflow. This is the unveiling. Heaven has invested too much in you to let your story remain hidden. The waiting was not wasted, it was alignment. The rejection was not your end, it was redirection. The silence was not neglect, it was preparation. Habakkuk 2:3 assures us, "For still the vision awaits its appointed time, it hastens to the end, it will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it, it will surely come, it will not delay." And now the vision is unfolding before the world's eyes. The delay has matured into divine drama. The pause has become prophecy fulfilled. So rise, chosen one. Step out of the shadows and into the light prepared for you. Walk with authority into the season where your harvest can no longer be concealed. Stand with courage, for your story is no longer a whisper, it is a proclamation. This is the hour to stand tall, because heaven itself has declared your time. And when you rise, rise knowing that every scar was transformed into a crown, every silence into a song, and every valley into a gateway of glory. And now that timing has arrived, the recognition you are about to walk in will not come through striving or manipulation. It will not flow from exhausting yourself to be noticed or bending into unnatural shapes to earn applause. It will come from the natural gravity of what you have become. Integrity has its own gravitational pull. Resilience carries a density that draws respect without needing to demand it. Obedience creates an atmosphere that presses into a room long before words are spoken. Doesn't Proverbs 11:3 remind us? The integrity of the upright guides them, but the crookedness of the treacherous destroys them. What you carry now is weight that is felt before it can ever be explained. Like a great cathedral whose stone pillars draw silence the moment you enter, your life now carries sacred architecture that shifts the atmosphere. And isn't it awe-inspiring that what once looked like mere endurance has become divine gravitas? So you should not be startled when people start asking what changed. Because it is not performance, it is presence. Do not be shocked when rooms that once overlooked you suddenly treat you differently. Because it is not charm, it is calling. And do not be unsettled when strangers sense something holy in your life and cannot find words to define it. Because it is not coincidence, it is consecration. Psalm 92:12-13 affirms this. The righteous flourish like the palm tree and grow like a cedar in Lebanon. They are planted in the house of the Lord. They flourish in the courts of our God. What you carry now is not surface, it is root deep. And isn't it fascinating that the very people who once dismissed you now lean in, not knowing why, but unable to resist the resonance of heaven upon your life? Nature reflects this mystery with precision. The earth feels the shift of an approaching storm before the clouds ever gather. The pressure in the atmosphere testifies to what is coming. So too, your presence carries pressure, holy weight that signals change. Or think of the magnet, invisible yet undeniable, pulling iron toward itself without effort. Isn't your life becoming the same, a magnet of divine order, attracting what belongs to you without you chasing it? Isaiah 60:3 foretells it. Nations shall come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your rising. Doesn't this confirm that your rising is not coincidence, but prophecy unfolding? History warns us through those who despised such weight. Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor, tried to wash his hands of responsibility when faced with Jesus, thinking neutrality would shield him. Yet Matthew 27:24 tells us, so when Pilate saw that he was gaining nothing, but rather that a riot was beginning, he took water and washed his hands before the crowd, saying, I am innocent of this man's blood, see to it yourselves. But history remembers him not as innocent, but as the one who bowed to pressure instead of to truth. Isn't it sobering that while Pilate tried to escape weight, you have embraced it, and it will now distinguish your destiny from his disgrace? Even the realm of art has whispered this truth for centuries. In Mozart's Requiem Mass in D minor, the lacrimosa rises with such gravity that listeners often weep without knowing why. Isn't that what your life is becoming, a symphony of weight that moves hearts beyond explanation? What others call coincidence is really God's fingerprint, a melody only heaven could compose. And the testimonies of ordinary lives also confirm it. Elias Fernandez, a fisherman from Cadiz, once said, after decades of unnoticed labor, the sea knows me, even if no one else does. Years later, when storms nearly destroyed his village, it was his quiet knowledge of the waves that saved lives and earned him honor. Isn't his story a mirror of yours, that the weight built in hidden years is now the very force the world will depend on? So don't be surprised when the atmosphere shifts. Chosen one, don't be shaken when recognition rises without effort, because this is not about coincidence, it is about covenant. Your weight is holy, your presence undeniable, your life stamped with the fingerprint of God. And here is the part that may shake you most. You are no longer just carrying light. You have become the vessel through which light breaks chains. Rise with the full assurance that what once felt invisible has now become irresistible. The blessings arriving now are not random favors dropped from the sky, nor fleeting tokens tossed by chance. They are precise responses, divine replies to every seed you planted when it seemed nothing was growing, when the soil of your life looked barren and dry. Each time you chose faith over fear. Each moment you refused to settle for less than what heaven whispered. Each secret hour you carried truth when compromise seemed easier. Those were not wasted gestures. They were seeds sown into eternity. And Galatians 6-9 reminds us, "Let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up." Isn't this your season of reaping? Proof that God never overlooks seed. Your harvest now is not luck, it is law. A justice written into heaven's design. And isn't it remarkable that what once looked invisible is now undeniable fruit? This is justice. Justice for the nights when you endured without answers, when your pillow absorbed tears that no one else saw. Justice for the sacrifices you offered quietly, the ones no stage applauded, yet heaven recorded. Justice for the pain you carried with dignity, refusing to let bitterness corrode your soul. Psalm 126:6 declares, "He who goes out weeping, bearing the seed for sowing, shall come home with shouts of joy, bringing his sheaves with him." Every cry was a seed, and now every shout will be a harvest. And doesn't this prove that God wastes nothing, that even your agony became currency in the economy of heaven? Creation itself mirrors this truth. The desert looks lifeless until rain falls. Then suddenly blooms explode from hidden seeds lying dormant beneath the sand. Isn't that your life, that what looked barren was simply waiting for God's timing? Or take the fire-scorched forest, though flames devoured it. Certain pine cones only release their seeds under intense heat. Hasn't your fire season birthed promises that could only emerge under pressure? Isaiah 61:3 confirms it. To grant to those who mourn in Zion, to give them a beautiful headdress instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the garment of praise instead of a faint spirit. Your ashes were never the end, they were the soil of your beauty. But history also warns us through those who rejected God's justice. King Belshazzar of Babylon mocked what was sacred, feasting with stolen temple vessels as if heaven's order meant nothing. Yet Daniel 5:27 records the chilling verdict. You have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. That very night his kingdom fell. Isn't this a reminder that while arrogance collapses quickly, patience under pressure always inherits justice? Those who laughed at your sacrifices will watch as the scales of heaven shift visibly in your favor. The arts have long sung this truth as well. In Beethoven's symphony, No. Ooh. The opening notes crash like fate knocking on the door. But by the finale, triumph surges through every measure. Isn't that the sound of your story, that the knocking of hardship has transformed into the anthem of justice fulfilled? What began in minor chords is breaking into a symphony of victory. And doesn't everyday life whisper the same testimony? Mateo Cruz, a farm worker in the Philippines, once said, after years of laboring unseen, "The harvest always comes late, but it always comes." Years later, when floods destroyed neighboring lands, his perseverance in sustainable farming became the blueprint that saved his community. Doesn't his story echo yours, that hidden toil becomes public testimony in God's timing, and when justice arrives, it does not tiptoe, it thunders. It announces itself with the authority of heaven's gavel striking the courtroom of time. But here's the deeper truth. The shift is not only external, it is internal. You have changed. You are not merely receiving blessings, you have become the blessing. You are not just entering a new chapter, you are embodying a new creation. 2 Corinthians 5:17 resounds. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come. And isn't it undeniable that because you have shifted inwardly, everything around you must now adjust to the new frequency you carry? So rise. Chosen one, walk in the authority of justice long overdue. Step into the harvest with hands open wide. For heaven itself has declared, your season has come. This is not random. This is not a coincidence. This is the unshakable justice of God, and it is your inheritance. So hear this with clarity, and let it strike your spirit like thunder rolling across the sky. You are not walking into another season of barely surviving. You are stepping into a season of flourishing, of thriving, of becoming undeniable evidence that God never forgets his own. Isn't it written in Isaiah 49:16? Behold, I have engraved you on the palms of my hands. Your walls are continually before me. That engraving means your name has never left his sight. Not for a second. And maybe, yes, part of you still feels uneasy, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Because your history taught you that blessings often carried hidden costs. But isn't it time to admit that the chapter has changed? That the narrative no longer belongs to the old pattern? The very rhythm of heaven is shifting around you, and what feels like survival is turning into overflow. What is unfolding now is not a counterfeit blessing designed to entice and then exhaust you. This is a covenant blessing rooted in eternal promises that cannot be revoked. Covenant blessing does not drain. It sustains. It does not weaken under weight. It strengthens under pressure. Doesn't Deuteronomy 7 gegen 9 assure us? Know therefore that the Lord your God is God, the faithful God who keeps covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keep his commandments. To 1,000 generations. What you are entering is not a fragile favor but a structural blessing, like an arch built by a master architect, able to hold immense weight because every stone has been perfectly placed. And isn't it astonishing that while human approval fluctuates, covenant blessing endures unshaken? Because it was never built on their opinion but on God's eternal word. Psychology teaches us about cognitive dissonance, the unease that arises when reality no longer matches old beliefs. Isn't that what you feel now? As joy stretches your soul beyond the limits of past disappointments, yet this dissonance is holy, because it signals transformation. Romans 12:2 declares, do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. Your mind is learning to catch up to your new reality. Doesn't that explain why what once felt strange peace without condition, favor without manipulation now rests on you as your true inheritance? Nature confirms it too. Bamboo spends years growing invisible roots before shooting upward almost overnight. Isn't that your story, that unseen seasons prepared you for sudden elevation? Or take the coral reef, tiny organisms building layer upon layer until an entire ecosystem thrives upon their hidden labor. Isn't that what God has been building in you, layer upon layer, foundation upon foundation? Until now, your life can sustain not just yourself, but entire communities who will draw life from your resilience. Psalm 92:14 promises. They still bear fruit in old age. They are ever full of sap and green. This is the flourishing of covenant, blessing, evergreen strength, rooted and renewed. History also bears witness through the downfall of those who traded covenants for counterfeits. Judas Iscariot, intoxicated by silver, thought betrayal could purchase security. But Matthew 27:5 recounts the bitter end, and throwing down the pieces of silver into the temple, he departed, and he went and hanged himself. Isn't that the stark contrast, that counterfeit blessings collapse under their own weight, while covenant blessings sustain and multiply across generations? The fate of Judas stands as a caution, while your rising stands as a testimony, and art has long echoed this revelation. In Dante's Paradiso, he wrote, "In his will is our peace." Isn't that the very essence of covenant blessing, that peace is not stolen from you but flows through you because it was built in alignment with heaven's will? Your life now carries this resonance, like a divine frequency vibrating through the atmosphere, shifting everything it touches. Ordinary lives mirror this truth as well. Helena Costa, a seamstress from Porto, once whispered, "Every stitch I sewed in silence was a prayer for my children's future." Years later, her small workshop became a thriving business that clothed not only her family, but her entire neighborhood. Isn't her story proof that covenant blessing multiplies quietly, faithfully, until it bursts into undeniable impact? So rise, chosen one. Step out of the mindset of survival and walk boldly into the architecture of covenant. The season of counterfeit promises is over. What surrounds you now is a blessing built to last, a blessing that carries both weight and witness. Stand tall, because your flourishing is not fragile. It is eternal evidence that heaven never forgets. This season is built upon one unshakable truth: God never forgot you. His remembrance has been the invisible scaffolding holding up your journey, the hidden foundation beneath every step you took in silence. So when the recognition arrives, when the doors swing wide and the light shines where you once stood unseen, do not flinch. Do not let the shadows of old wounds whisper that you are undeserving. Doesn't Isaiah 49:15 remind us? Can a mother forget the baby at her breast and have no compassion on the child she has borne, though she may forget? I will not forget you. The honor that now approaches is not a random accident. It is divine intention unfolding. And isn't it time to stand tall in what heaven already wrote? Instead of shrinking back into unworthiness you have already outgrown. This recognition is not about vanity, it is about vindication. It is the harvest of what you built in silence, the reward of choices made when no audience clapped. Every refusal to compromise when compromise would have been easier was a stone placed in your foundation. Psalm 37:6 declares, "He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun." Isn't that exactly what is happening now, that what was carried in the dark is breaking forth like morning light? And doesn't your own soul feel the weight of that truth, that heaven saw every hidden yes and has chosen this moment to echo them back as visible glory? Think of the resilience you carried when quitting seemed easier, when the burden pressed on you like a storm pressing on a tree. You bent but did not break, like the redwood whose roots intertwine beneath the earth. Your hidden strength held you upright when others collapsed. Isn't this what James 1:12 proclaims? Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. Every silent battle was shaping a crown you didn't know you were earning. And now the atmosphere itself is beginning to shift, sensing the weight of what you carry. History teaches us the same lesson. Joan of Arc, the young French peasant girl, rose from obscurity to lead armies because she refused to bow to fear, declaring that her strength came from God. Though condemned and martyred, her name outlasted kings and councils, and she was later canonized as a saint. Isn't her legacy proof that what is built in secret courage cannot be erased by public opposition? What was carried in the fire becomes immortal testimony. Even art whispers this truth. In the sacred choral masterpiece Stabat Mater by Giovanni Battista Pergolesi, the voices begin in lament but ascend into harmony so radiant that grief becomes glory. Isn't your life playing the same song that what began in sorrow is being rewritten into triumph? The harmony now surrounding you is not borrowed, it is forged from your own tears. Now transformed into music, heaven refuses to silence. And don't ordinary lives testify to? Miguel Alvarez, a bus driver from Madrid, once said, after decades of unnoticed service, "I thought I was invisible, but God was counting every mile I drove in faith." Years later, when a crisis struck his city, his faithfulness was honored publicly, and his small acts of diligence became a story of national inspiration. Isn't that your story as well, that what you carried in obscurity is about to become undeniable evidence of God's remembrance? So rise. Chosen one, do not shrink back. Do not hand victory to the lies of unworthiness. This is your time to stand in what was built with silence, sustained with tears, and carried with relentless faith. The crown has been placed, the season has shifted, and the evidence of God's remembrance is now undeniable. Walk boldly, for your testimony is no longer hidden. It is blazing like the noonday sun, and let them wonder. Chosen one, let them whisper in hushed corners, spinning their theories to make sense of what cannot be explained away. Let them try to reason, to diminish, to wrap human logic around what is divine display, but they will fail. For what God Himself has chosen to showcase, no tongue can silence, no hand can erase, no power can dismantle. Isn't Isaiah 60:22 already declaring this mystery? The least of you will become 1,000, the smallest a mighty nation. I am the Lord, in its time I will do this swiftly. The season you are in now is not subtle, it is swift, undeniable, headline-making. This is where your years of hiddenness, misunderstood by many, are transformed into the very banner of God's glory. And isn't it humbling to realize that your unveiling is not to prove people wrong, but to prove God right? What others called obscurity was heaven's incubation chamber, where character was forged and vision was refined. The silence that felt suffocating has now become your song. Eclesiastes 3:1 affirms, "For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven." Your time of being hidden was not punishment, it was preparation. Like a seed buried deep in the soil, gathering strength unseen until it bursts forth. Isn't it fascinating that those who thought they buried you will now watch you bloom, realizing too late that they only planted you? Doesn't this shift carry a weight that silences every false narrative without you ever having to say a word? Nature itself testifies to this unveiling. The aurora borealis, hidden from ordinary sight, suddenly lights the skies with colors no artist can duplicate. Isn't your season the same, unpredictable, breathtaking, impossible to ignore, Or think of the cicada, silent underground for years, emerging suddenly with a sound that fills the air. Have your years not mirrored that silence, preparing you for a voice that cannot be drowned out? Psalm 40:2 echoes this. He drew me up from the pit of destruction, out of the miry bog, and set my feet upon a rock, making my steps secure. What was once your pit is now becoming your platform. History warns us through those who tried to silence what heaven appointed. Haman, in the book of Esther, plotted to destroy God's people, building gallows for Mordecai. Yet Esther 7:10 records. So they hanged Haman on the gallows that he had prepared for Mordecai. Isn't that sobering that the very instruments designed for your downfall become the evidence of your enemy's collapse? And doesn't this show that the headlines written against you are being rewritten by heaven's pen? Even art has proclaimed this truth. In Handel's Zadok the Priest, written for the coronation of British monarchs, the piece begins with quiet expectation before erupting into a chorus of triumphant declaration, God save the King. Isn't your story unfolding in the same cadence that quiet years are giving way to sudden eruption? And the announcement of God's faithfulness is thundering through your life? And doesn't the testimony of ordinary people bear witness too? Lucia Romero, a teacher from Valencia, once said, after decades of teaching in obscurity, the most invisible years of my life became the roots of my greatest impact. Years later, her students once unnoticed, children rose to national prominence and credited her faithfulness. Isn't that your story too, that what seemed invisible is now undeniable, and what seemed small is now the evidence of eternal greatness? So rise boldly into this season where your hiddenness becomes your headline. Do not shrink back. Do not fear the whispers. The weight of your unveiling is not yours to manufacture. It is God's fingerprint displayed for all to see. Philippiens 5:6 proclaim, He who began a good work in you will bring it to completion on the day of Jesus Christ. The completion is here. The unveiling is now. Step forward with confidence. For your life is no longer a question mark. It is a declaration that God was right about you all along. They said you were done. They said the story was over, that the curtain had fallen, that you would fade into obscurity. But heaven was writing a plot twist that no critic, no enemy, and no circumstance could predict. What looked like the end was simply the middle, and what looked like defeat was God preparing the stage for a revelation. Isn't this the very heartbeat of Romans 8:31? If God is for us, who can be against us? Every whisper of doubt, every false prediction of your downfall is now being drowned out by the thunder of God's vindication. Chosen ones, this is not just about you proving them wrong. It's about God proving himself right through you. From the beginning, he has declared over your life that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. And while weapons were surely formed, while words were thrown like arrows and traps were set with precision, they did not succeed. Instead, the very fire that was meant to consume you refined you into unshakable gold. The very weight that was supposed to crush you has now become the crown that rests on your head. Can you feel the holy reversal happening all around you? Think of Joseph, thrown into a pit by his brothers and forgotten in a prison cell. To them, he was done. To them, his dreams were ridiculous, fragments of youthful pride. But Genesis 50:20 reminds us of Joseph's testimony. You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good. And in the end, the same brothers who sold him out had to bow before the one they tried to bury. Isn't your journey the same that those who counted you out will be witnesses to what heaven has counted in? And isn't it humbling to know that the victory isn't fueled by revenge but by redemption? You're not rising to gloat over the ashes of your enemies. You're rising because God's hand has lifted you, and his lifting cannot be stopped. You are walking evidence that his promises are yes and amen. 2 Corinthians 1:20. You are living proof that delay does not mean denial, and silence does not mean abandonment. For in the silence, he was shaping. In the delay, he was aligning. In the rejection, he was redirecting. Beloved, your rising is not fragile, it is fortified. Your breakthrough is not shallow, it is sustained. What God has opened, no man can shut, and what he has spoken cannot be revoked. The same voices that declared you were finished will now be forced to admit they spoke too soon. Isn't that the very essence of Psalm 23:5? You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. You don't just survive, you overflow. And so, as we conclude this message, I want you to hear this clearly. It is your time to stand. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt your worth. Do not apologize for the oil God has poured over your life. What you endured in private is now being revealed in public. What you carried in silence is now thundering as testimony, and what others mocked will now be the very thing that draws them to wonder at the faithfulness of God. Before you leave, I want to invite you to become part of this journey with me. If this word has touched your heart, if you felt the weight of confirmation in your spirit today, then take a moment to support this message. Like this video so it reaches others who need to hear that they are not done. Share it with someone who is on the edge of giving up, so they know that God is still writing their story. Comment down below, type 777 as a declaration that you are stepping into this season of divine reversal and unstoppable rising. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next word God is releasing for his chosen ones. To those of you who have supported this channel, whether through super thanks, sharing, or simply being present in this community, thank you from the depths of my heart. Your encouragement fuels this mission. But even if you've never clicked a button, your presence here, your listening, and your openness to receive this word is a gift I cherish deeply. And so I speak this blessing over you now. May the Lord surround you with peace that surpasses understanding. May he crown your efforts with fruitfulness. And may every area of your life that was once called barren burst into bloom. May your household be filled with joy, your path illuminated with clarity, and your spirit strengthened with courage. May your enemies see, not your downfall, but your rising. And may your testimony echo this eternal truth. They said you were done, but God proved them all wrong. Rise now, chosen one. Step boldly into the season prepared for you. Walk without fear, for heaven has already gone before you. And never forget, you are not finished. You are favored. What if I told you that the very reason you exist is colliding with this exact hour? What if every heartbreak, every delay, every strange fire in your soul was not random but the blueprint of heaven for this moment? And what if missing this revelation could mean missing the reason you were born? Chosen one. You are not a mistake of time. You are not an accident of history. The Creator of heaven and earth set you apart, breathed into you, and positioned you as a living prophecy. He walked you through deserts so your spirit could burn with fire. He pulled you out of pits so you would know his power. He whispered in the midnight hour so you would not forget you were marked for this very day. And now the clock of eternity is striking louder. The prophets of old longed to see this hour. Angels watch with trembling awe, and yet you are the one alive to carry it. This is not just survival. This is not just another season. This is your divine unveiling. The world will not recognize what is rising in you until it shakes them to their core. Type 777 inches, the comments, if you feel that truth piercing your spirit right now. And to every single supporter, those who watch, like, comment, subscribe. And those who have gone above and beyond with a super thanks, know this: your faith keeps this message alive, spreading to the corners of the earth. From my heart, I thank you deeply, but don't move yet, because the mystery of why you were born, why you carry this unusual weight, and why the world feels like it's on the brink, it's about to be revealed. Stay close. Chosen one, the hour is not coming. The hour has arrived. God's chosen ones, you were born for this hour, but do you even realize why? This is not about tomorrow, nor a distant someday that fades like smoke on the horizon. This is now. This is the burning hour where silence can no longer hold. Part 2 begins, and it begins with the signs that humanity dared to overlook. Nations tremble under the weight of chaos. Wars and rumors of wars echo like thunder across continents, fulfilling what Christ declared in Matthew 24:6. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Can you deny that families are splintering before our very eyes, with hearts growing cold? Just as Jesus warned that because lawlessness will be increased, the love of many will grow cold. Matthew 24:12. Technology, once the tool of progress, now redefines identity and reality itself. Are we not watching humanity experiment with its very soul? And while truth gasps for breath, entertainment feeds illusions and dares to normalize what God calls an abomination, mocking the sacred as if holiness were a relic of the past. What does it stir in your spirit when you see children raised by screens rather than wisdom? Marriages collapsing under pressure like towers built on sand, and nations intoxicated by division? Is your soul not crying out that these are not accidents, but carefully timed birth pangs of prophecy unfolding? The prophet Isaiah's words resound through the centuries. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness. Isaiah 5:20. And as the psalmist once sang, why do the nations rage and the peoples plot in vain? Psalm 2:1. So now we see governments crumbling in confusion while heaven remains unshaken. History itself gives us mirrors to reflect the truth. Václav Havel, the Czech writer and president who resisted the crushing weight of communism, once said, "The salvation of this human world lies nowhere else than in the human heart, in the human power to reflect, in human meekness and in human responsibility." His voice, born in oppression, whispers across time that systems and empires may rise. But if the human heart is corrupted, collapse is inevitable. Does that not echo Christ's reminder that a house divided cannot stand? And still, heaven sings louder than the chaos. From Handel's Messiah comes the chorus that pierces the ages. For the Lord God omnipotent reigneth. This was not merely music, but prophecy woven in melody, declaring that though the world exalts corruption, the throne of God is not vacant. Like the oak tree standing unbent through storm and fire, the righteous who cling to truth will endure. Can your spirit not feel the resonance? As if divine frequencies are vibrating through every trembling fiber of creation. In physics, resonance amplifies sound until it breaks barriers. In the spirit, God's word amplifies until no lie can silence it. Yet not all chose the path of life. Nero, the Roman emperor infamous for cruelty, believed he could extinguish the light of the early church with fire and blood. But his reign ended in shame, his legacy one of madness and ruin, while the name of Christ only grew brighter. Is this not proof that those who rise against the chosen only build their own gallows? As Proverbs 11:21 declares, "Be sure of this, the wicked will not go unpunished, but those who are righteous will go free." Is of the better falling. The truth speaks not only from thrones of power, but from the lips of ordinary souls. A nurse named Clara, tending the sick in a forgotten rural town, once said in her simple conviction, "The world will not remember my name, but if one life feels God's love through me, that is eternity already begun." Her words, unrecorded in any textbook, carry more weight than the noise of corrupt empires, for they echo what Jesus promised in John 14:12. "Whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these. Even there is one, the Rizard and Lever state to reign to the stand of that." So, where do you stand in this hour, where history, prophecy, out and eternity collide? Will you be lulled asleep while the trumpet is being lifted to the lips of heaven? Or will you rise awake, armor on, a flame in your spirit? The time is no longer hidden in shadow. The signs are written in the blood of martyrs, in the cries of the oppressed, in the trembling of creation itself. And now, chosen one, the call is fierce. Rise, take your place, and let your very life thunder against the darkness. For this is not tomorrow, not someday. This is now. These are not chaotic tremors drifting without purpose. They are signals burning like hidden beacons, trumpets cloaked as headlines, echoing across every screen and street. When Jesus said, "You know how to interpret the appearance of the sky, but you cannot interpret the signs of the times," Matthew 16:3. He exposed the blindness of an age too distracted to see its own hour. Yet to you, chosen one, a different wind is blowing. Your discernment is being awakened like a hawk rising on invisible currents of air, attuned to the slightest movement below. Can you feel it? This surge of holy perception, as if an unseen conductor were orchestrating every note of history's symphony around you. The world may call these events random, but to the eyes of the Spirit they are a language of heaven written in the cracks of earth's headlines. And those who refuse to listen now will be like deaf sentinels sleeping while the gates of destiny swing open. Part 3 begins here, the Akashic view of the final hour. A tapestry woven with threads of eternity. From the unseen field of divine record, spirals collapse into convergence. Just as Paul wrote that, the whole creation has been groaning as in the pains of childbirth right up to the present time. Romans 8:22. Does your heart not tremble when you sense that history is no longer a straight road, but a vortex pulling every event, every nation, every soul toward a single blazing point? The prophet Daniel once saw a vision of this convergence. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. Daniel 12:4. And now knowledge swells like a tidal wave, while wisdom seems to retreat. What happens when knowledge without holiness accelerates like a particle in a collider, slamming against its own limits? It is in this collision that truth either refines or shatters, and only those rooted in discernment can stand when false wisdom collapses into dust. Nature itself whispers the pattern, the nautilus shell, spiraling in perfect logarithmic precision, collapses to a point at its core, as if creation itself were rehearsing the final convergence of time. And in the forests of Patagonia, a rare tree called the outlasts stands for thousands of years. Its rings, recording centuries of storms and silence, are not these rings like the records of heaven, unbroken, waiting for the moment when all stories meet, as Revelation 8:6 declares. And the 7 angels who had the 7 trumpets prepared themselves to sound. So too the headlines of our day mask the sound of trumpets poised to shatter illusion. The eagle hears the vibration of storms long before thunder breaks. In the same way, your spirit has been trained to hear the vibrations of heaven before the world understands what has arrived. Every sign in nature, from ocean tides to galaxies spinning, carries a rhythm that mirrors the divine countdown. History has shown us the danger of ignoring these signals. In the 17th century, Cardinal Richelieu of France wielded power in secret councils, believing he could manipulate destiny itself. Yet his intrigues unleashed wars that scarred generations, and his legacy became a cautionary tale of power without reverence. Does this not warn us that those who twist the currents of history for their own gain will be caught in the whirlpool they create? As Proverbs 26:27 says, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." For arrogance always ends in collapse. Just as structures in architecture fail when their foundation is compromised, and in psychology, repression eventually erupts into chaos, the very principle that governs both nations and souls, and beyond thrones and empires, the voice of ordinary faith rises. Elena, a quiet violinist from a small village in Slovakia, once whispered before a concert in a candlelit chapel, "Every note I play is a prayer for the world to awaken." Her unseen devotion mirrors what Jesus promised in John 8:12. "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." Does this not suggest that every hidden act of faith, like every hidden frequency in physics, adds to a resonance that cannot be silenced? The world may not hear her name, but heaven inscribes her offering as eternal music, no less powerful than the thunder of prophets. And it reminds us that the kingdom of God does not always advance with noise, but often with whispers that shift entire atmospheres. What, then, will you do in this hour when spirals collapse and history converges at the speed of prophecy? Will you drift in the swirl of confusion, or rise above it like the hawk? Eyes fixed on the horizon of eternity, the field of heaven's record is not an archive for scholars, but a living architecture where every choice builds or fractures your eternal structure. Rise now, chosen one, with discernment ignited, for the trumpets are sounding under the noise of this world, and the hour of convergence is no longer a distant vision, but a present summons. Stand, for the battlefield is not waiting, it is here, and your silence or your courage will echo into eternity. And as Joshua once declared to Israel, "Choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve," Joshua 24:15. So the hour has come for you to rise and declare your allegiance to the kingdom that cannot fall. Centuries of unfinished battles are folding into this very moment, converging like rivers that have long wandered through valleys and deserts, only to meet at one roaring sea. Prophecies spoken thousands of years ago are vibrating in perfect alignment, carrying the frequency of eternity itself. Just as Isaiah declared, "The word of our God will stand forever." Isaiah 42:8. Can you not sense that what you feel pressing against your spirit is not simply your own struggle, but the weight of generations? As though every ancient covenant and every broken oath were now calling for resolution. Every bloodline covenant, every hidden ritual whispered in shadows, every cycle that refused to break has been drawn forward to this hour. Does this not explain the heaviness in your chest, the trembling in your bones, the strange awareness that your fight is not only about you, but about a story older than your name? The unseen Akashic record bears testimony to this burden, inscribed with the echoes of those who came before you, their victories and their failures intertwined. Just as Hebrews 12:1 reminds us, since we are surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses, let us run with endurance the race that is set before us. So too you are not running alone. You are carrying a baton handed through centuries. The prophets saw it. The martyrs bled for it. And now the convergence rests on your shoulders. What if the reason you feel so stretched, so pressed, is because heaven is compressing centuries into your single lifetime? Pressure, in physics, is the concentration of force upon a surface, and under divine design, that pressure becomes the mechanism through which diamonds are formed. Could it be that the crushing weight you feel is shaping you into a jewel meant to reflect the glory of God in this final hour? Architecture teaches us that cathedrals rise not only through arches but through hidden keystones, the single stone that holds the entire structure together. In the same way, your destiny may be the keystone carrying the weight of countless generations. Paul said in Galatians 3:29, "If you are Christ's, then you are Abraham's seed, and heirs according to the promise." That means your decisions today ripple backward and forward, closing the wounds of your ancestors and opening doors for those not yet born. Does this not stir something deep within you? That your obedience could heal what centuries left unresolved? The field of psychology names this intergenerational transmission, the passing of trauma through unseen pathways, yet God is using you to interrupt, to redirect, to transform the broken into blessed. History is filled with those who carried the burden of their people into decisive moments. Rosa, a seamstress in a quiet town, once whispered while repairing garments, "I may be stitching clothes, but I pray I am also stitching futures." Her words, humble yet profound, remind us of Ruth in Scripture, who carried Naomi's lineage into redemption. As written in Ruth 4:14, "Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a guardian redeemer." What Rosa did not know was that her son would one day become a pastor. Shepherding thousands, her needle was not only mending fabric, it was mending destinies. Are you beginning to grasp that your smallest act under pressure may be the hinge upon which generations swing? But there have also been those who mishandled this weight. King Saul, entrusted with leadership, squandered his calling in disobedience, and the crown was torn from him. His downfall teaches us that ignoring the weight of divine responsibility invites ruin. For as 1 Samuel 15:23 records, "Rebellion is like the sin of divination, and arrogance like the evil of idolatry." His story is a warning. If you bury your calling in fear or pride, the very weight designed to refine you will crush instead of crown. Does this not awaken you to the seriousness of the hour? That destiny cannot be delayed forever. So now, chosen one, you stand in the tension of centuries, carrying not only your name but the resonance of bloodlines and the vibration of prophecy. You are the living cathedral under construction, the keystone locking history into place, the diamond forming under divine pressure. The trumpet of decision is not far, it is here, vibrating through every moment, every breath. Rise into it. Stand firm under the weight, and know that this burden is proof that heaven has trusted you with more than survival. It has trusted you with transformation. For this is not only about your story, this is about history itself collapsing into your obedience. Rise, for the hour of convergence has arrived, and heaven waits for your yes. I see timelines spiraling into collapse, not as random threads unraveling, but as deliberate strands of eternity tightening into one decisive moment. Generational covenants are stacked like ancient pillars, each carrying both promise and weight. Victories once left unfinished now echo in your spirit, demanding completion. Debts unpaid by your ancestors press against your soul like heavy stones, and prophetic cycles, long dormant, are breaking open simultaneously, as though history itself has been waiting for this exact hour. Does your heart not recognize that the pressure you feel is more than personal? It is the inheritance of centuries pressing into your very breath. A convergence where every age finds its battleground in you. The prophets foresaw such days. Joel declared, "I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions." Joel 2:28. What if the visions stirring within you are not just your own, but the culmination of prayers whispered by generations before you? What if the dreams you carry are the unfulfilled cries of those who came before, waiting for your obedience to unlock their fulfillment? This explains why the battle feels unbearable. It is not merely your war, but the war of all ages converging into your soul. The Apostle Paul affirmed this weight when he wrote, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world." Ephesians 6:12. Are you not now beginning to see that what presses you is not chaos, but destiny clothed in resistance? Great thinkers of history understood this convergence of weight and responsibility. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor who stood against Nazi tyranny, once wrote, "Being a Christian is less about cautiously avoiding sin than about courageously and actively doing God's will." His voice reminds us that some battles are not chosen, they are inherited, and the faithful must step into them or see their generation fall silent. And as Handel's Dettingen Te Deum thunders with the words, "The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name," we are reminded that heaven itself is not passive in this convergence. God is leading the charge, orchestrating every clash into ultimate victory. Can you sense that the war you face is one heaven has already scored with triumph? Nature testifies to this reality as well. In the deserts of Namibia, the shifting sands create mirages that vanish in moments, but beneath them lies bedrock that has stood for millennia. Is this not like the illusions of culture that fade quickly, while the eternal word remains unbroken? And deep within the ocean, tectonic plates grind against one another with unbearable pressure, until at last an earthquake reshapes entire continents. Does this not mirror the spiritual pressure you feel, as forces unseen grind together? preparing to release a seismic shift that will change history, as Romans 8:19 declares, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." Could it be that all creation is waiting for you to rise under this pressure? Yet the story is not only about heroes. It also carries the warning of those who mishandled convergence. Pharaoh of Egypt, hardened in pride, resisted the will of God until plagues destroyed his land and the waters of the Red Sea buried his armies. His legacy teaches us that resisting the convergence of God's will only multiplies destruction. As Proverbs 16:18 warns, pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Do you not see how history itself cries out that prideful resistance to God's purpose always ends in collapse? And still, amidst such grand battles, God works through ordinary lives. A young baker named Thomas, in a small Hungarian village, once said to his customers, "Bread may fill the stomach, but love and truth feed the soul." He never knew that his humble words, spoken in a quiet market, would inspire his grandson to become a missionary who carried the gospel to thousands. His voice joins the testimony of Hebrews 11:39-40. These were all commended for their faith, yet none of them received what had been promised, since God had planned something better for us, so that only together with us would they be made perfect. Is it not powerful that your yesterday may fulfill promises left waiting for centuries? So here stands part 4. The spirals of history collapse into your lifetime. The unfinished wars of generations march into your soul. But you are not abandoned. You are not crushed beneath the weight, you are being forged beneath it. Rise, chosen one, for you are not called to break under this war of ages, but to stand as its final testimony. Lift your head, let your spirit burn, and declare with courage, "This is not just my battle. This is the victory of heaven rising through me." Why you were born for this, chosen one, is not a mystery of chance but a design of heaven. You are not an accident, not a byproduct of circumstance or coincidence. Your existence was the deliberate strategy of the Almighty, placed with precision into the climax of history. Jeremiah heard the Lord say, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1-5. And those words now pulse in your own veins. Can you not sense that every detail of your life was crafted to fit into this hour? As if you were an instrument tuned for the final symphony of the ages, your birth was not delayed, nor premature. It was aligned with the prophetic clock, and heaven's timing has never missed its mark. Your gifts were tailored for this generation, like weapons forged in fire, each ability sharpened for the precise enemies you would face. Paul reminded Timothy, "Fan into flame the gift of God, which is in you." 2 Timothy 1-6. And that same fire smolders within you now. What if the reason your talents seemed mismatched to the world's system was because they were designed not for their approval, but for kingdom impact? And what if the very opportunities denied to you were divine refusals, saving you for a higher stage? Gifts hidden in obscurity often burn brighter when unveiled in crisis. And your hands carry the tools that will dismantle the strongholds of this hour. Does your heart not realize that you were equipped for a war no one else could fight? Even your scars were training for warfare. Each wound a lesson, each betrayal a drill for resilience. Joseph, in the scriptures, endured slavery and prison before standing in Pharaoh's court. And in Genesis 50-20, he declared to his brothers, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." Are your scars not the same? marks of battles intended for destruction but transformed into preparation. What once seemed unbearable is now your secret strength. For scars become the proof that weapons formed against you did not prosper. Like the bark of a storm-beaten tree, your life bears the evidence of endurance. And within those scars lies the authority to lead others through their storms. Could it be that your wounds were never wasted, but were the syllabus of heaven's military academy? Your very weaknesses are being transfigured into strength. Paul confessed in 2 Corinthians 12-9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Weakness has never been your disqualification. It has been the opening where divine power pours in. Does it not strike you with awe that the areas you once hid in shame are now the very places God is using to demonstrate His glory? In physics, the principle of resonance amplifies a faint frequency until it shakes entire structures. In the Spirit, God amplifies your weakness until it becomes the most resounding evidence of His strength. Weakness is not a liability. It is the stage where miracles announce themselves. The enemy tried to destroy you early because heaven placed you late at the climax of history. Pharaoh sought to kill Hebrew infants to prevent Moses from rising, and Herod slaughtered children to stop the Messiah's arrival. Yet both failed. For God's plan cannot be aborted by human schemes. Revelation 12-4-5 portrays the dragon waiting to devour the child destined to rule. But heaven intervened. Does this not mirror your story? That from your earliest days forces moved against you, sensing the magnitude of your assignment, and yet, here you are, breathing, standing, unbroken, living proof that you are untouchable until God says your time has come. Nature preaches the same truth. The Arctic poppy grows where no flower should survive, twisting its petals to follow the sun in regions of near-eternal night. Is this not your story, that you bloomed where darkness reigned, turning always toward the faintest light until your season arrived? And in the mountains, rivers carve valleys over centuries, showing that relentless pressure cannot erase destiny, but only sculpt it. You were shaped in hiddenness, yet destined to flow openly at the appointed hour. History warns us through its villains that those who rise against the chosen are crushed by their own schemes. Antiochus I Epiphanes, who desecrated the temple and mocked God's covenant people, ended his days in madness and disease, a monument to the futility of defying heaven. His fate shouts across centuries the truth of Psalm 37-13. The Lord laughs at the wicked, for He sees that their day is coming. If his downfall was written into history, can you not trust that your survival has also been etched into eternity, and the testimony of ordinary lives still echoes? Marta, a schoolteacher in a forgotten Spanish village, once told her pupils, "Knowledge without courage dies in silence." She had no stage, nor fame, yet her words ignited a generation of children who grew to carry boldness into politics, churches, and families. Does this not remind you that your impact is not measured by applause, but by the courage you leave burning in others? Every act of faith you live out becomes the seed of another's breakthrough, proving that heaven wastes nothing. So rise now, chosen one. Heaven's strategy has never failed, and you are not misplaced in time, you are positioned. Your scars are not chains, they are medals. Your weaknesses are not shame, they are power. The war of ages converges, but you were forged for this climax. Stand tall, ignite your gifts, and let the world know you were born for this hour, and no enemy can undo what heaven has decreed. Do you not see that your survival itself is a living prophecy written across time? A signpost blazing amid the fog of history. Part 5 opens like a trumpet blast. The nature of the final hour war is revealed. This is not a conflict of flags or borders alone. It is a war of frequencies. A clash of unseen vibrations shaping minds and destinies. It is a war of narratives, where truth and lies duel for the right to define reality. It is a war of identities. The ancients struggled to erase the image of God in humanity and replace it with confusion. Babylon rises again to keep you distracted with noise. And the archons of this age battle to keep you fractured within yourself. Yet heaven is fighting to awaken you, to tune your soul to its original resonance. Isaiah cried out, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Isaiah 60:1. And that call now pulses through your own heartbeat. This war is not fought only with weapons you can touch. Paul wrote, "The weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to demolish strongholds." 2 Corinthians 10:4. And those strongholds today are built in the mind, in the frequencies of thought and culture. Can you sense how every story, every song, every scroll of a feed carries either a frequency of truth or a vibration of deception? In physics, resonance is when a faint signal meets the right frequency and suddenly shakes entire structures. In the spirit, heaven's truth strikes the hidden frequency of your soul until it awakens. Could this be why you feel a stirring you cannot explain? As if an invisible hand is tuning you like a harp for a coming symphony. Architecture teaches that cathedrals were built to amplify sacred sound so that even a whisper of prayer reached heaven like thunder. Your life, chosen one, is becoming such a cathedral, a structure designed to resonate with divine frequencies. Revelation 14:2 describes John hearing a voice from heaven, like the roar of many waters and like the sound of loud thunder. This is the sound now forming within you. Does your spirit not quiver when you realize you were built to carry a sound that can break chains in others? And just as in psychology, fragmented identity breeds dissonance, but integrated identity creates harmony. Heaven is restoring your inner architecture so you can stand whole in this war of frequencies. Nature itself mirrors this invisible struggle. The auroras at the Earth's poles shimmer as solar winds collide with our magnetic field. Unseen particles creating living curtains of light. Is this not like the collision of heavenly truth and earthly deception? In your own life, out of invisible warfare, emerges breathtaking evidence of glory. And the narwhal, a creature of the deep Arctic, uses a spiral tusk to sense changes in the currents of the ocean. Are you not sensing the currents of eternity shifting? Your tusk of discernment growing sharper. Romans 13:11 warns, "The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed." Are you waking up to how urgently heaven is summoning you? History warns us through its villains. Simon Magus, an early sorcerer mentioned in Acts 8:18-20, tried to buy the power of the Holy Spirit, treating divine frequency as a commodity. Peter rebuked him, and tradition says he ended his life in ruin, a symbol of corruption imploding on itself. Does this not prove that those who exploit holy things for their own ends are destroyed by the very power they crave? Babylon and its archons may roar, but they are sowing their own collapse. Psalm 2-4 reminds us, "The one enthroned in heaven laughs, the Lord scoffs at them." And yet the story deepens. Simon's downfall is not merely a cautionary tale, but an architectural blueprint, showing how every counterfeit kingdom carries within itself the fault lines of its destruction. Like a bridge built without a true keystone, it may stand for a time, but under the weight of truth it fractures. Does your spirit not stir at the thought that every system opposing God is already cracking under its own resonance? Every act of manipulation releases an echo that returns as judgment, and every false altar is destined to collapse under the weight of its own deception. And yet heaven's battle strategy often begins with ordinary lives. Emilia, a street cleaner in a crowded Brazilian city, once said softly while sweeping at dawn, "Every path I clear, I pray someone will walk awake." She had no pulpit, but her prayer became a channel for awakening in her neighborhood, leading to a small revival in a forgotten church. Her hidden act echoes Zechariah 4:6, "Not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord Almighty." Does this not assure you that the smallest faithful action can carry the largest resonance in this war? And as her broom met the pavement, she was, in truth, striking chords on heaven's harp, releasing vibrations of intercession into the atmosphere, like mycelium beneath a forest floor connecting unseen roots. Her unseen prayers connected souls and stirred dormant seeds to life. Could it be that your own unnoticed acts, your whispered prayers, your private obediences are already resonating like tuning forks across unseen distances, waking people you may never meet? Heaven's greatest campaigns often look unimpressive at ground level, yet they are seismic in the spirit. So, rise now. Chosen one. The war of frequencies is not a threat, but an invitation to tune yourself to heaven's key. Let your identity anchor in Christ, your narrative align with truth, your frequency vibrate with power. Babylon cannot distract you. Archons cannot fracture you, because heaven has awakened you. Stand, for you are not a bystander, but a living instrument in the final symphony. A cathedral built to echo God's voice in the war of the ages. And as you stand, you become like a lighthouse amid a storm, an unshaken structure whose beams cut through the fog to guide others home. Every decision you make in secret is a note added to heaven's score. Every act of faith a stone placed in the rising walls of a temple not made by human hands. Do you feel the shift already? That your life is not just participating in a war, but composing its victory hymn? The final symphony has begun, and your note must be heard. This is why the attack has cut so deeply. Chosen one, because the final war is not only waged out there on distant battlefields, it is being fought inside you. The enemy has always known that if he can fracture your inner sanctuary, he can silence the trumpet of your destiny. This war is not confined to politics or governments, it is vibration. A clash of frequencies shaping reality itself. It is light contending with shadow, truth battling distortion, divine agreement confronting the chaos of confusion. Did you not realize your soul is more than flesh and memory? It is a transmitter, a living instrument vibrating with either harmony or dissonance. Your very voice is a trumpet, and every word you release either builds the throne of heaven or strengthens the citadels of Babylon. John 1-5 reminds us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Could it be that your survival, until this moment, was so the light within you could break the frequencies of shadow that surround you? The prophets understood this invisible dimension. Paul declared, "Faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of Christ," Romans 10:17, unveiling that frequencies of truth unlock faith, while lies corrode it. What is faith if not a resonance with heaven's voice, And what is deception, if not distortion designed to scramble the divine signal? Your battle has been so personal because your frequency carries weight. Heaven entrusted you with a sound capable of shifting entire atmospheres. Does it not pierce your heart that every time you choose truth over compromise, heaven resounds with victory? History whispers its confirmation. Hildegard of Bingen, the medieval abbess, visionary and composer, once wrote, "All of creation is a symphony of joy and jubilation." Her life testified that sound was not ornament but revelation, a medium through which heaven revealed its patterns. And when Handel's Zadok the priest swells with its sudden burst of sound, it feels as though the heavens themselves thunder agreement with those who refuse to bow to distortion. Can you not sense that your life, too, has been orchestrated like such a sacred crescendo? Nature illustrates this battle with stunning clarity. In the dense forests of the Amazon, bioluminescent fungi emit light in the blackest night, declaring silently that darkness cannot erase what was designed to shine. And deep in the ocean, the humble whale communicates across thousands of miles through low-frequency songs, proving that true resonance transcends silence and distance. Is your spirit not like that whale, carrying a song across ages, heard in realms you cannot see but powerful enough to shatter walls unseen? Revelation 12:11 declares, "They triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony." Could it be that your testimony, your voice, was always meant to be the vibration that breaks Babylon's hold? Scripture also warns us with examples of those who surrendered their frequency to corruption. Jezebel, Queen of Israel, manipulated words as weapons, twisting truth into deception, seducing a nation into idolatry. But in the end, her voice fell silent, her power dismantled, her very body consumed by the dogs of Jezreel. 2 Kings 9:36. Does this not prove that every distortion collapses under its own corruption, while the frequency of heaven endures? Psalm 29:4 declares, "The voice of the Lord is powerful, the voice of the Lord is majestic." Babylon's whispers may entice, but they cannot endure the trumpet blast of God's truth flowing through you. And in the quiet corners of this world, ordinary lives carry extraordinary resonance. Lukas, a young farmer in Poland, once said to his children while sowing seeds, "Every seed I place in the ground is my agreement with tomorrow." He did not know that years later, those very words would inspire his daughter to become a missionary, planting churches in regions once barren with unbelief. His voice, humble yet firm, became a trumpet sounding across generations. Does this not stir you to realize that your smallest word of faith, your simplest agreement with truth, is building foundations for eternity? So rise now, chosen one. Babylon's static cannot silence you. Archons cannot fracture you, and shadows cannot distort you. You are not a passive receiver, you are a transmitter, a trumpet in the hands of heaven. Lift your voice, align your frequency with light, and declare, "My agreement builds the throne of God." For the final war may rage around you and within you, but you were born to resound with victory. Part 6 unveils the first principles of final hour living principles that pierce the soul like fire on stone. Urgency without panic. For though time races like a river at flood, heaven moves with precision, never early and never late. Jesus himself said, "My time is not yet here, for you any time will do." John 7:6, reminding us that divine timing is sharper than any human clock. Does your spirit not sense the tension between the world's frantic noise and heaven's steady rhythm? The urgency you feel is not meant to drive you into chaos, but to awaken you into clarity. For in this final hour, every second is pregnant with eternal weight. Yet heaven is not panicked, it is precise. Purity of voice is the next principle. In this hour, every careless word becomes a weapon, either for light or for darkness. Jesus warned in Matthew 12:36, "Everyone will have to give account on the day of judgment for every empty word they have spoken." Do you grasp the gravity of this? That your tongue is not a tool for chatter, but a trumpet for destiny. A single word can heal or devastate, build a bridge or ignite a war, like the alpine edelweiss flower that blooms in harshest cliffs. Purity of voice is rare, but its beauty proves what cannot be corrupted by the storm. What frequencies are you releasing into the atmosphere? Are they strengthening the throne of heaven, or echoing confusion into Babylon's walls? Collective alignment is the third principle. Lone wolves fall, but armies rise. Ecclesiastes 9:9 teaches, though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves. A cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken. Have you not seen how isolation weakens your resolve, while unity multiplies your strength? Just as starlings in murmuration move as one great body, creating living patterns in the sky, so too are the chosen called to align in formation, becoming an unstoppable force. To separate yourself in this hour is to court defeat, but to align with heaven's army is to move in unbreakable harmony. Can you feel the call summoning you out of isolation into divine alignment? And then comes Kairos, obedience, the obedience of the exact appointed moment. Delayed obedience is disobedience in the final hour. When God spoke to Abraham to leave Ur, and he left. When he commanded Noah to build, he built. When Jesus called Peter from the boat, he stepped out. Hebrews 3:15 declares, "Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts." Does this not burn within you? That hesitation at the edge of destiny is as dangerous as rebellion. In physics, hesitation is like the moment before. A chain reaction fails, one fraction of delay, and the release never comes. In heaven's design, timing is everything. To wait when commanded to move is to forfeit momentum. And in this final hour, momentum itself is warfare. History warns us through its villains what delayed or corrupted obedience brings. King Agrippa, who listened to Paul's testimony in Acts 26, replied, "Almost you persuade me to be a Christian, but almost is not obedience." And his hesitation sealed his fate, as a man remembered for rejecting a divine summons. Does this not remind us that partial agreement is total rebellion when heaven has spoken? The hesitation of Agrippa echoes into this hour as a haunting warning. Delay is death. And still, God's principles manifest through ordinary lives. Sophia, a seamstress in a forgotten Italian village, once told her apprentice, "The stitch undone today becomes the tear of tomorrow." Her wisdom was not shouted from pulpits, but lived in fabric, reminding us that delayed action multiplies brokenness. Decades later, her apprentice used those words to counsel her own children, and they carried that discipline into building strong families. Is it not astonishing that such quiet obedience to timing creates ripples that reach across generations? So rise now, chosen one. The final hour is no longer theory, it is upon you. Live with urgency, but without panic. Guard your voice as a weapon of heaven. Align with the army of light, for lone wolves will fall, and above all, obey without delay. For heaven's command in this hour cannot be postponed. Stand tall, lift your trumpet voice, and declare, I will not hesitate. I will not fracture. I will not speak distortion. I will live as heaven's precise instrument in the final war. Vision over distraction, that is the first command of this hour. You cannot afford to waste energy on trivial disputes when an eternal war is raging across the realms. Nehemiah refused to come down from rebuilding the wall, saying, I am doing a great work, and I cannot come down. Nehemiah 6-3. Does that not stir your own heart? Reminding you that your assignment cannot be interrupted by small battles designed to drain you. Part 7 resounds like a drumbeat. The chosen one's assignment is not about comfort, but about command. The world may invite you to sit quietly, to blend into the background. But heaven shouts through your spirit, this is not the hour for ease, it is the hour for authority. You are not here to fit in, for blending into Babylon would be betrayal. You are here to stand out as Daniel did in Babylon, refusing the king's food and bowing only to the living God. Daniel 1 contre 8 records. But Daniel resolved not to defile himself with the royal food and wine. Does your soul not tremble at the thought that the pressure to conform today is the very furnace in which distinction is forged, like the lighthouse that stands unshaken against crashing waves? Your assignment is to shine where others collapse. What if your difference is not a curse but the crown heaven has placed upon you? You are not here to merely survive. Israel was not rescued from Egypt just to wander endlessly. They were called to legislate the law of God in a new land. Exodus 9:13, Chasse declares, You will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Do you see that your assignment carries the same mantle of authority? To legislate heaven's order into earth's chaos. In politics, legislation creates structure in the spirit. Your decrees align reality with divine law. Every prayer, every declaration you release is not wishful thinking, but legal authority in the courts of heaven. Does this not reveal why the enemy has fought so fiercely to silence your voice? Nature itself illustrates this reality. In the volcanic soils of Iceland, the hardy lupine flowers bloom where fire once destroyed the land, legislating beauty where devastation reigned. Are you not the same called to establish life in places the enemy once burned, and like migrating monarch butterflies that travel thousands of miles, guided by an inner compass? Your assignment is guided by frequencies unseen yet undeniable. Can you feel that inner compass pulling you, refusing to let you settle in places that are too small for your destiny? Isaiah 30-21 assures you, whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, This is the way, walk in it. Well done. But history warns us through those who surrendered their vision to distraction. Esau, driven by hunger, traded his birthright for a single meal. Genesis 25-34. His short-sightedness caused him to lose the authority that was rightfully his. Do you not see the danger when chosen ones fall for distractions? Entire generations are robbed of their inheritance. His story is a siren warning for this hour. To abandon command for comfort is to abdicate destiny. Yet God's truth is also revealed in ordinary lives. A bus driver in Manila named Raphael once told a passenger in traffic, "If I drive only to survive, I miss the reason I carry people. I carry their stories." His words, unnoticed by the world, are echoes of heaven. Survival alone is not enough, for your life carries the assignment of others within it. Does it not awaken something within you? That your obedience is not only for you, but for every soul tied to your journey. This is why you cannot settle. This is why you cannot dilute your assignment. Vision over distraction. Command over comfort. Legislation over survival. Stand out as the city on a hill Jesus spoke of in Matthew 5:14. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Rise, chosen one. This is not the hour to blend. This is the hour to blaze. Heaven is waiting not for your excuses, but for your command. You are not here to escape. You are here to govern. Chosen one. This is no time for retreat. For the chosen ones are heaven's final answer to earth's deepest crisis. As Romans 8:19 declares, the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. And that revelation burns inside you now. Can you feel the weight of that calling? Pressing like a crown before it rests upon your head. The training you endured was severe because your assignment is not to drift through history but to shape it. You are not built for comfort but for command. Your spirit hammered like steel to wield authority in the hour when the world trembles. You are not a victim of history, you are the hinge upon which history swings. Joseph in Egypt was sold, betrayed, imprisoned. Yet at the appointed moment he said, God sent me ahead of you to preserve life. Genesis 45:5. Does your heart not burn at the thought that your own suffering, like Joseph's, has positioned you at the pivot of nations? You are the door's hinge, unseen, but carrying the entire weight of the door. Without the hinge, the door cannot open. Without your obedience, destinies remain locked. Is this not why your preparation felt like pressure, compressing your life until only purpose remained? You are not late. You are heaven's latest stage weapon, unveiled at the climax of history. Esther was raised in obscurity until the hour she stood before the king to save her people. And Mordecai told her, who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. Does it not echo within you that your timing is not accidental but strategic, like a violin held in silence until the conductor signals its solo? You have been hidden, not forgotten. And when your bow strikes the strings of destiny, the sound will reverberate across generations. Nature testifies to your calling. The African baobab tree grows for centuries before reaching its full stature, its roots deeper than its towering trunk. Is this not your story, that your unseen roots of prayer, endurance, and discipline have been stretching deep to anchor the weight you are called to carry? And like migrating cranes flying in formation, you were designed not for hiding, but for leading. Your wings catching the currents of heaven to guide others safely. Isaiah 9:8 promises, I will make you into a threshing sledge, new and sharp. With many teeth, you will thresh the mountains and crush them. Could it be that heaven has shaped you into a living instrument capable of cutting through the strongest resistance? History warns us through those who rejected their role. King Saul was anointed, but squandered his command through fear and compromise. And the crown passed to David. 1 Samuel 15:23 records. Rebellion is like the sin of divination, and arrogance like the evil of idolatry. Does this not awaken you to the danger of shrinking back when heaven calls you forward? Those who choose comfort over command lose the legacy they were meant to steward. Yet heaven's truth also emerges through ordinary lives. Lucia, a midwife in a remote Chilean village, once whispered over a newborn child, every life I touch may be the hinge on which a nation turns. She did not know that one of those children would grow up to lead a movement of compassion across an entire region. Does it not stir you to realize that your smallest act of faith may be carrying the future of thousands? And when the world tries to make you forget who you are, remember the ancient chorus from Bach's Magnificat rising in the vaulted cathedrals of Europe. He has brought down rulers from their thrones, but has lifted up the humble. Luke 1:52. This is the anthem of the chosen, the music of your mandate. You are not a bystander. You are not a victim. You are not late. You are heaven's latest stage weapon, a hinge upon which the final act of history swings. Rise. Chosen one, stand in command. The hour has come. Prophetic activation is not a whisper in the background. It is a trumpet call breaking through the noise of this generation. Lift your head. Chosen one, for the final hour is not approaching. It has already arrived, and you were born for it. The Father has summoned this moment to awaken every dormant gift within you, to seal every fractured soul that thought it could not endure, and to ignite the fire of destiny that cannot be quenched. Isaiah 61:1 resounds. The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. Can you feel the oil of that same anointing flowing over your life, calling you out of silence into command? This is the hour when victims are transformed into rulers, when commanders rise from the ashes of casualties. Romans 8:37 declares, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. Does it not shake you to realize that you were never meant to survive as a statistic, but to govern as an heir of the kingdom? You are not stumbling aimlessly. You are being positioned as a son, as a daughter of eternity, with authority written into your very DNA. What if the weakness you lamented was only the cocoon where your wings were forming? What if the very battles you thought would bury you were the weightlifting sessions that strengthened you for dominion? Nature itself reflects this transformation. The phoenix moth emerges from its cocoon, fragile yet luminous, carrying wings painted with fire-like patterns, proving that confinement is never the end, but the forge of flight. And in the mountains, dormant volcanoes slumber for centuries, only to erupt with unstoppable force, reshaping entire landscapes. Are you not the same? Chosen one, holding within you a dormant fire destined to ignite the world. Jeremiah 20:9 captures it perfectly. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. Does that fire not already stir within your bones, demanding release? Yet Scripture warns us through those who wasted their activation. Samson, anointed with supernatural strength, traded his consecration for temporary pleasure, and the Philistines bound him. Judges 16:21 says, then the Philistines seized him, gouged out his eyes, and took him down to Gaza. His story shouts across time. Neglecting your gift invites captivity, but consecration unleashes power. Does it not sober your spirit that distraction can enslave what was meant to deliver nations? But God still weaves his purposes through ordinary lives. Ana, a single mother from Mexico City, once told her son while folding laundry, God doesn't give us fire to hide it. He gives it to us to warm the world. Years later, that son became a pastor whose sermons carried revival fire across continents. Her simple conviction was a prophetic activation disguised in everyday life. Does this not stir you to realize that heaven's ignition in you is not just for you, but for countless lives attached to your obedience? Even the arts echo this moment. In Beethoven's Symphony No. Joe, the ode to joy bursts forth, after movements of tension and silence, as if declaring that light will always erupt after darkness. Can you not feel your own life moving toward that same crescendo, where heaven's joy and power erupt through you as testimony to the ages? Psalm 2:8 affirms your inheritance. Ask me, and I will make the nations your inheritance, the ends of the earth your possession. Speak as this tree, so rise. Chosen one, this is not the hour to shrink back, but to burn brighter. The final war has arrived, but you were born for this very hour. Walk as rulers, not victims. Lead as commanders, not casualties. Live as sons and daughters of eternity, forged in fire, destined for dominion. Lift your trumpet voice, awaken your dormant gifts, and let the earth know, I was not placed here by accident, I was sent here by heaven's decree. From the record of heaven, I see scrolls opening now, not faint metaphors, but living decrees trembling with divine energy. Scroll of nations, destinies of entire peoples written in lines of fire. Scroll of bloodlines, ancestral assignments unresolved. Cries of generations waiting for justice. Scroll of thrones, those who govern spiritually in this generation, seated in places unseen. Revelation 5:1 speaks of a scroll in the right hand of him who sat on the throne, sealed with 7 seals. Does your spirit not quiver when you sense that such scrolls are no longer hidden but opening before your lifetime? The final hour is the hour of judgment for these scrolls. And heaven has summoned you not to spectate, but to legislate. And if heaven's archives are opening in this hour, then your very breath is part of the courtroom record, every prayer, every decree inscribed as testimony. What if history itself is waiting for your yes to complete what generations before you began? You are called to read, to legislate, to seal. Daniel saw in a vision. Books were opened, Daniel 7:10, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. Is your heart not burning to realize that the same books up to the same records and are unfolding now with your name attached to them? In this moment, the Father is inviting you to function not as a refugee of history, but as a royal scribe, an emissary of his court. What would it mean if your obedience were the signature that finishes an assignment begun by your ancestors? What if the scroll of your family line has been waiting for your voice to close its chapter with victory? And if your ancestors fought without seeing the full reward, is it not possible that you are the appointed one to carry their unfinished cry into triumph? Could your whispered prayers be the ink heaven has waited centuries to write with? Architecture teaches us that a keystone holds an arch together, unseen yet indispensable, in the spirit. Your reading and decreeing of these scrolls is the keystone of heaven's architecture in this generation. Revelation 10:10 records John taking the little scroll and eating it. It was sweet in his mouth but bitter in his stomach. Does it not echo your own experience? Tasting the sweetness of calling, yet carrying the weight of responsibility. And just as in physics, pressure transforms carbon into diamond, the weight of these scrolls is transforming your hidden character into unbreakable authority. Every decree you make under pressure is not breaking you, but crystallizing you into something that cannot be crushed. Does your soul not sense that the unseen heaviness you carry is the very force shaping you into a pillar for generations to rest upon? Nature mirrors this hidden authority. The giant sequoia releases its seeds only through fire, without the heat of flames. Its future remains sealed. Is your spirit not like that? Chosen one, carrying potential scrolls that only open through the fire of testing, and like the Arctic tern that travels from pole to pole, your assignment spans realms, unseen yet exact. a migratory path written by the Creator. Isaiah, vif and quid vif, umesting promises. So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire. Could it be that your decrees are the currents carrying heaven's word to its destination? Every hardship becomes a flame unlocking your hidden seed, and every journey stretches you further into your true compass. Is this not why you cannot settle in small places? Because your assignment is written across continents and centuries. History warns us through those who mishandled holy records. Belshazzar, king of Babylon, drank from the sacred vessels of the temple, and a hand wrote his judgment on the wall. Daniel 5:26 declares, "You have been weighed on the scales and found wanting." Does this not jolt your soul that scrolls and vessels can bear witness either to glory or to destruction, depending on how they're handled? Those who defile sacred things inscribe their own downfall. Those who steward them with reverence write legacies of deliverance. And so the warning echoes, what you touch with dishonor writes a curse, but what you seal in reverence engraves a blessing. Could it be that your generation is being tested in how it treats the holy things, whether with casual neglect or trembling awe, and heaven's truth still rises through ordinary lives? A postman in Kenya named Emmanuel once told his apprentice, "Every letter I deliver carries someone's hope." He did not know that his simple fidelity to his root inspired his daughter to start a literacy program for thousands of children. Does this not show you that your small acts of faith, your daily decrees, may be sealing scrolls you cannot yet see? Psalm 102:18 declares, "Let this be written for a future generation, that a people not yet created may praise the Lord." If one postman's devotion to letters shaped futures, how much more can your words shape eternity? What if every act of unseen obedience was actually writing a line in heaven's unfolding story? Does it not awaken you to know that nothing you do in alignment with God is wasted? This is part 9, prophetic activation. The scrolls are open. The hour of sealing is now. You are not called to stand at a distance, but to step into the courts of heaven, to read what has been hidden, to legislate what must be established, to seal what has been left unresolved. Rise, chosen one. Lift your voice as the trumpet of heaven's architecture in the earth. The scrolls will not remain open forever, and your signature of obedience may close the chapter of centuries. And when history looks back, it will not remember the hesitation of the crowd, but the decree of the chosen one who stood in the courtroom of eternity. Will you be the voice heaven trusted to write the final line? The scrolls have opened, and now the summons is clear. You are being called into the courtroom of heaven. Chosen one, not as a spectator, not as a silent bystander, but as one crowned with authority. Revelation 4:4 declares, surrounding the throne were 24 other thrones, and seated on them were 24 elders. They were dressed in white and had crowns of gold on their heads. Does this not shake you to realize that your destiny is not to wander in the outer courts, but to sit where crowns are worn and decrees are issued? The final hour is not about passive endurance, it is about judicial authority. And if heaven trusted elders with thrones, how much more has it entrusted you with influence in this pivotal hour? To refuse the seat is to leave your scroll unread, your verdict unspoken, your authority unused. In this heavenly courtroom, nations are weighed, generations are measured, and thrones are tested. Zechariah 3 describes Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord, clothed in filthy garments, until heaven commanded that new, clean robes be placed upon him. Can you feel the resonance, how heaven is clothing you now, stripping away the stains of old battles, and preparing you to stand as a representative of divine order? What if the very shame you once carried was only preparation for the robe of authority you are now called to wear? Do you not see that every stain removed is also every accusation silenced? Every garment exchanged is a testimony written in your favor. The courtroom does not remember your past, it remembers only your alignment with heaven's decree. This is the realm of heavenly jurisprudence, the sacred law beyond earthly systems. Every word here is not just sound, but frequency, shaping realities like waves through matter. Physics calls this resonance, when one vibration ignites another until the entire structure trembles. Is it not astonishing that your voice, aligned with heaven, sends vibrations that reach the unseen architecture of nations? Isaiah 55:11 assures us, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it." And, like a tuning fork, setting an entire hall into harmony, your decree aligns creation itself. Could it be that heaven has waited for your sound to recalibrate the earth's atmosphere? Could it be that your silence has delayed victories that only your resonance can unlock? Nature reflects this courtroom power. The thunderclap rolls across mountains, its sound reshaping valleys with sheer force. The peacock opens its radiant feathers in a fan of majesty, a visual crown declaring authority without words. Does this not mirror your own calling, that your very presence is meant to radiate heaven's verdict? Your very stance a declaration that light has prevailed. Psalm 149:9 proclaims, "To carry out the sentence written against them, this is the glory of all his faithful people." And just as rivers carve through rock, not by violence, but by persistence, so too your authority, when exercised faithfully, reshapes the hardest terrains of culture and history. You are not only thunder that announces the storm, you are the rain that nourishes the soil of future generations. But history also warns us through those who mishandled such authority. Pilate sat on the judgment seat when Christ stood before him, yet out of fear of the crowd, he washed his hands and let injustice rule. His name echoes through centuries as the man who yielded to pressure rather than truth. Does this not sober you, that to abdicate your seat in heaven's courtroom is to write your name in the footnotes of cowardice, while to rise in obedience is to write your name among the faithful judges of eternity? Each generation remembers Pilate, not for what he ruled, but for what he failed to rule. And so the warning remains. Neutrality in the face of destiny is still rebellion. And silence in the hour of verdict is still complicity. And heaven whispers through ordinary lives as well. A teacher named Maria in Argentina once told her students during a heated debate, "In this classroom, you are not just learning equations, you are learning how to judge rightly. Because one day, the world will need your decisions." Years later, one of her students became a judge who fought corruption and restored integrity to her region. Is it not stunning that a simple reminder in a small classroom was the seed of courtroom authority that transformed thousands? The most ordinary words spoken in hidden rooms can echo like thunder in future generations. Could your daily obedience, your quiet faithfulness, be the very gavel that shifts history's balance? Even the arts have foreshadowed this moment. In Shakespeare's Measure for Measure, the Duke disguises himself to observe his city, but ultimately removes his disguise to judge with justice. Like the Duke unveiling himself, you too are being unmasked to govern with true authority. And in Handel's coronation anthem, the triumphant strains resound, Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet anointed Solomon king. Does this not reveal that your crowning is not ceremony, it is a heavenly activation? The rhythm of sacred music has always been prophecy in sound, announcing that crowns are not ornaments, but instruments of command. Could it be that heaven has orchestrated your unveiling like a symphony, with every hidden note leading to this crescendo? So, rise now. Chosen one, the courtroom of heaven is open, and your crown is waiting. No longer shrink back in hesitation. No longer wash your hands like Pilate. Step forward as one anointed, clothed, and crowned. Declare judgments that dismantle Babylon and establish Zion. Rule as heaven's emissary on earth. For this is not only your privilege, it is your assignment. And know this, the crown is not simply a symbol resting on your head. It is a frequency, a signal, a living declaration that you carry the authority of the King himself. The gavel is in your hand. The scroll is before you. The nations are waiting for your decree. Chosen one, we have walked through the mystery, the fire, and the weight of this revelation together. Now, it is time to pause and let this truth strike your spirit like lightning. You were not born by chance, nor were you placed in this generation by coincidence. You were designed, refined, and assigned for this exact hour of history. Ephesians 2:10 declares, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." That means long before you took your first breath, heaven had already carved out a path for you to walk, a mantle for you to carry, and a throne for you to occupy in the Spirit. But here is the sobering truth. Being chosen is not about surviving, it is about governing. You were placed here not to escape, but to establish heaven's order in the midst of chaos. The pressure you've endured, the betrayals you've overcome, the storms that tried to drown you, none of it was wasted. Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Your scars are not disqualifications, they are credentials of authority. Every tear you've cried has become ink in the scroll of your testimony. And yet, our question remains, one that pierces deeper than surface comfort. Will you rise to the fullness of what you were born for? Many are called, but few respond. Matthew 22:14 warns, "For many are invited, but few are chosen." The difference lies not in heaven's invitation, but in your decision. Will you remain distracted by Babylon's noise? Or will you step into the silence of divine command and legislate with the authority given to you? Will you shrink back into comfort? Or will you stand as a hinge of history, opening doors for generations that follow? Let this settle into your spirit. The final hour is not about fear, it is about focus. This is not the time to wrestle with small battles while the eternal war is raging. It is not the time to dilute your gift when nations await the sound of your trumpet. Like Esther, you were placed in your position for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. Like Joseph, your rejection became the road to rulership. Like Daniel, your refusal to bow is the very posture that sets you apart. Heaven has written your story not as background music, but as a symphony rising in crescendo. And this is where you stand now, at the threshold. Your gifts are awakening. Your fire is igniting. Your assignment is no longer distant, it is here. Revelation 3:8 carries a prophetic seal over your life. "See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut." The only question is, will you walk through it? So I say to you, chosen one, rise. Rise from fear. Rise from distraction. Rise from doubt. The hour is demanding your obedience, and the earth is waiting for your manifestation. You are heaven's answer to earth's questions. You are not late, you are right on time. You are not invisible, you are God's living weapon, unveiled on the stage of history. And as we close this message, I want to remind you, your journey is not walked alone. This channel exists to awaken, to equip, and to strengthen God's chosen ones like you. If this word has stirred something in your spirit, I invite you, like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe so you don't miss the next message. And in the comments, let me know what part pierced your spirit most. Your voice strengthens this community. To those who have supported with super thanks, from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you. And to those who simply give your time, your attention, and your prayers, you are just as vital. And I honor you. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you and give you peace. May every dormant gift within you be awakened, every fractured soul sealed, and every fire of destiny inside you ignited until the world knows you were truly born for this hour. The scariest thing for your enemies isn't your silence. It's the moment you finally rise into the version of yourself they swore would never exist. Let that sink in. Chosen one. Because tonight, not tomorrow. Not next week. Not someday far away, tonight. The heavens are flipping a switch inside you. And once it turns on, there is no going back. For years they laughed, treated you like a fragile candle, easy to snuff out with jealousy, gossip, or doubt. But tonight, that spark becomes a blaze, a fire so consuming it will rattle every bone of those who underestimated you. They'll act blind, they'll play dumb, but deep inside they will know they just witnessed the shift they dreaded most. And chosen one, this is your moment. This isn't theory. This isn't guesswork. This is confirmation. The universe has stripped away every distraction so that you would finally stand in the fullness of your power. If you're ready to step into that version of yourself, drop 777 inches, the comments right now. That number declares you're not shrinking anymore. You're stepping into inevitability. Before we go further, let me say thank you to everyone who has supported this mission, whether through a super thanks or simply by being here. Your presence keeps this light burning. And now, chosen one, lean in, because tonight is not just another night. Tonight is the night you become undeniable. Let's get into it. God's chosen ones, get ready. This is what you will 100% become tonight. Number 1, you will become the fire that exposes, not the mirror that pleases. Chosen one, tonight everything shifts. Tonight you are no longer the polished glass that bends itself to make others feel comfortable. Tonight you stop being the safe mirror that flatters, hides, and disguises illusions. You become something far more dangerous. You become the fire that strips away masks, that melts performances, that leaves pretenders trembling under the raw light of truth. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest. nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. What could terrify your enemies more than this moment when they can no longer escape their own reflection? Picture the scene. A performer smiles, recite lines, receives applause. But then the lights grow hotter, brighter, unrelenting until makeup drips, costumes itch, and masks peel away. That is you, chosen one. You are the flame that turns stages into confessionals. And your enemies, those who thrived on fragile illusions, can no longer perform when your presence burns through their disguise. Do you see why they squirm? Why their eyes dart? Why their words stumble? Jeremiah once declared, "Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks the rock in pieces?" Jeremiah 23:29. This is not fire meant to destroy for destruction's sake. It is fire that reveals, fire that refines, fire that cannot be ignored. And those who once begged for truth will now curse it when it shines too close. History testifies to this kind of power. Mahatma Gandhi, though small in stature, shook entire empires without raising a sword. His authenticity made the mighty restless, his silence heavier than armies. He once said, "In a gentle way, you can shake the world." Isn't that what is happening in your life? Your enemies call you intimidating. But the truth is, they cannot withstand what your existence awakens in them. And yet, you may still ask yourself in the quiet, why me? Why must I be the one who unsettles others? The answer was written long ago. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Darkness resists light because exposure means accountability. Illusions are prisons, and most would rather suffocate in comfort than breathe in freedom. But you, chosen one, are not built for prisons. You are built for freedom, and your very presence rattles their chains. The path is brutal. Yes, the world embraces flattering mirrors but despises flames that burn illusions. They will label you arrogant, when in reality they mean, "I cannot endure your clarity." They will accuse you of being cold when what they feel is the heat of authenticity. They will twist your silence into cruelty. Yet, deep inside, they know your truth is unshakable. Remember the words of Job, "But he knows the way that I take. When he has tried me, I shall come out as gold." Job 23:10. This fire within you is heaven's refinement, not man's rejection. The arts echo this truth. In Mozart's Requiem, the Desiree rises like thunder, shaking listeners to their core. Not to entertain, but to awaken. That same resonance rests in you. Chosen one, you are not noise. You are the sound of judgment to illusions and the song of freedom to those who crave truth. Isn't it clear now why your silence makes liars sweat and your presence unsettles every pretender? And still, despite resistance, heaven assures you, "Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Matthew 5:10. This is not a curse but a crown. The mockery you face, the rejection you endure, these are confirmations that your flame cannot be faked, cannot be bought, cannot be silenced. Tonight you stop hiding. Tonight you stop dimming your light. Tonight the quiet shift becomes permanent. Our God is a consuming fire. Hebrews 12:29. And if your Father is fire, why should his chosen ones walk as fragile glass? The world cannot douse what heaven has lit. Not envy, not gossip, not betrayal. Chosen one, rise. Do not cower when their illusions crumble at your feet. Do not shrink when their voices shake in your presence. This is the hour you no longer walk as a reflection. You walk as the flame. You scorch lies into ashes. You expose what was hidden. You ignite the world with authenticity. Tonight, you are not just seen. You are feeling. Rise now, stand as the fire that no shadow can endure. Number 2. You will become the evidence that the battle was never imaginary. Chosen one. Tonight, the cruelest trick is shattered, the illusion that your war was never real. For years, they tried to convince you that your pain was only bad luck, that betrayals were coincidence, that storms came at random. But what happens when the veil is ripped away and you see with unfiltered eyes? Suddenly, you recognize that every dagger in your back, every season of isolation, every betrayal, carefully disguised as just moving on, was never random, it was designed. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:12. Can you feel it now, the weight of every hidden battle aligning into truth? Imagine a soldier on a battlefield, stumbling in confusion, believing the bullets flying past his head are accidents. The trenches he falls into are clumsy missteps. He whispers, "Maybe I am cursed. Maybe I am simply unworthy." But then someone presses binoculars into his hands, and suddenly enemy lines come into focus. What he thought was chaos was strategy. What he thought was weakness was warfare. That soldier is you, chosen one. Tonight, the binoculars are in your hands. Once you see, you cannot unsee. Why did the betrayals slice so deep? Why did familiar voices turn hostile overnight? Why did entire rooms grow cold when you entered? Because your presence was never neutral, it was disruptive. And systems built on lies always seek to suffocate what threatens them. The psalmist once cried, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all." Psalm 34-19. Do you see how this has been true in your own life? They designed resistance, yet every trap only forged you sharper. They miscalculated, thinking rejection would crush you, when in truth, it trained you to stand in silence with resilience burning in your bones. Nature reveals this mystery. Think of the pearl hidden in an oyster. Its beauty comes not from ease, but from irritation, from constant pressure that would destroy a lesser shell. Isn't that what happened to you? Where others broke, you were refined. Where others quit, you were strengthened. Or picture the storm-scarred redwood tree. Winds tear at it. Lightning strikes it. Yet the roots only dig deeper, anchoring it into permanence. Doesn't that mirror your survival when others expected your collapse? But what makes this truth sharper still is the realization that many who harmed you didn't even know they were pawns. They thought they were just setting boundaries, just choosing themselves. Yet beneath those conscious decisions, strings were being pulled. Their actions became instruments in a greater design of resistance. This is why your life never felt normal. You were not given the luxury of coasting. You were forced to climb. You were not celebrated for half effort. You were torn down for daring to rise. And yet here you are, still breathing, still standing. History shows us the fate of those who manipulate others for their own gain. Take Charles Colson, once called Nixon's hatchet man during the Watergate scandal. He schemed in the shadows and believed he could silence the truth, and ended up in prison, publicly disgraced. His downfall proved what you already know: deception and manipulation always collapse under the weight of truth. Do you see the pattern? The same strategies that targeted you will be the very nets in which your enemies are caught. And still, questions echo. Was isolation a mistake? Were the years of silence wasted? The answer is no. Isolation was not an accident, but a tactic designed to wear down your spirit. Gaslighting was not miscommunication, it was psychological warfare meant to fracture your confidence. The endless distractions were not random, they were planted to keep you exhausted, blind, and doubting. But here is the evidence tonight. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. You survived what was meant to bury you. Isn't survival itself your greatest testimony? And think of art that mirrors this battle. In Shakespeare's Macbeth, the witches whispered lies, weaving illusions to manipulate destiny. But every deception unraveled into destruction. Your enemies tried the same, convincing you that you were cursed, unworthy, unloved, yet every false whisper is now dissolving under the weight of revelation. The battlefield was always real, and tonight, the evidence is you. You might still wonder if it was all war. What happens now? Must I stay in defense forever? The answer is no. Tonight, the hunted becomes the hunter. The studied becomes the strategist. Tonight, clarity is your weapon. Like the queen piece on a chessboard, your potential disrupts every system. Pawns are sacrificed just to slow you. But what happens now that you see the entire board? Your enemies are terrified. Because once you see the truth, you cannot return to blindness. Jesus himself said, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." John 8:32. And freedom is exactly what terrifies those who built systems of bondage. The fog is lifting. The battlefield is exposed. The evidence is undeniable. You were never cursed, never crazy, never weak. You were chosen, targeted, and trained. So rise, chosen one. Rise and stand as the evidence that the war was always real, and that heaven has already marked you as victorious. Tonight, you stop being their target and start being their fear. Number 3. You will become the signal that shatters their illusions. Chosen one. Tonight, you cross a line you can never return from. The most dangerous weapon in existence is not a blade that cuts flesh or a gun that fires bullets. The most dangerous weapon is a frequency, an invisible signal that makes entire illusions collapse the moment it fills the air. That is what you are becoming tonight. Not just vibrating higher in some vague spiritual sense. Not just glowing slightly brighter than yesterday. No, that language barely scratches the surface. What you carry now is resonance. An energy so precise and so clean that deception cannot survive within it. And here is the startling truth. Even when you do nothing, the atmosphere announces your arrival. You don't need to prove yourself, because your very essence has become the proof. When you step into a space now, something undeniable happens. Systems built on lies, manipulation, and control begin to fracture. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Have you noticed how the people who once thrived on charm, deceit, and performance suddenly lose their footing in your presence. Their jokes fall flat. Their charisma feels hollow. Their influence evaporates. And why? Because the signal you carry corrupts dirty frequencies, the way clean water flushes out poison. Isn't it strange how silence in you feels louder than their noise? Even their most convincing illusions sound like static against the clarity you embody. The room itself seems to shift, as though truth is rearranging the furniture. Imagine walking into a room filled with smoke machines. Everyone inside has grown used to the haze, pretending it is fresh air. But the second you open a window, the smoke reveals itself for what it is: poison. That is you. Your presence is the open window. No need for dramatic accusations. No need for explanations. You simply stand there, and suddenly, no one can pretend they are breathing clean air anymore, for there is nothing hidden which will not be revealed. Nor has anything been kept secret, but that it should come to light. Mark 4:22. Can you sense it? This isn't arrogance, it's inevitability. And the greater their denial, the faster their illusions suffocate. Because exposure is more painful than pretense. This is why your presence unsettles them, even when you remain still. And it is not only people who react. Environments themselves begin to glitch under your frequency. Psychologists would call it cognitive dissonance, the unbearable tension when reality confronts illusion. Physicists would call it resonance collapse, when two systems vibrating at different frequencies cannot coexist without one overpowering the other. Architects would compare it to a structure built on faulty scaffolding, trembling under the slightest tremor. Every time you walk into a corrupted space, your presence shakes the walls like an earthquake. Isn't it remarkable that the scaffolding doesn't fail because of your anger, but because of your authenticity? The air seems heavier when you walk in, not because you bring pressure, but because you bring clarity. And clarity is weighty to those who live in lies. This is why manipulators struggle around you now. Their voices shake. Their rhythm falters. Their grip on the room weakens. Because their power was never real. It was borrowed from fear. And fear disintegrates when faced with authenticity. That's why they twist your words into problems. Why they laugh nervously at things that aren't funny. Why they avoid your eyes. They sense their programming collapsing in real time. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. The truth in you sets others free, even if they resist it, even if they hate you for it. Their anger is simply a mask for fear, and their rejection a sign of recognition. Deep down, they know they cannot manipulate what refuses to bend. But why does this happen to you, chosen one, and not to everyone else? Why do certain spaces suddenly feel unbearable? Why does your body tighten in warning when you step where corruption reigns? Because your nervous system has been rewired by heaven itself. Like an instrument tuned to a frequency most cannot even register. You pick up signals others ignore. Your body isn't paranoid, it is prophetic. You have become too expensive for cheap games, too clean for dirty systems, too aligned for their broken illusions. Science acknowledges this mystery. When a tuning fork is struck, it awakens another tuned to the same frequency. Isn't that what you are? A divine tuning fork, awakening what has been asleep, disrupting what cannot align. This is why people either draw near with awe or scatter with panic. Ordinary lives testify to this. Clara, a seamstress from a small village, once shared that when she walked into her workplace after dedicating her life to God, Her co-workers who had mocked her before suddenly fell silent. She didn't preach. She didn't argue. She simply carried an aura of peace. Later she confessed, "I didn't change what I said. I changed what I carried." Isn't that exactly what's happening to you? You didn't need to shout. Yet your frequency now rewrites every room you enter. And if Clara, an ordinary woman with needle and thread, could disarm mockery with her unseen light, how much more unstoppable are you, chosen one, whose very essence has been refined by heaven's fire? The prophet Isaiah declared, "Arise and shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Isaiah 60:1. This is not metaphorical poetry, it is a living reality for you. Your very energy field functions like truth serum. People cannot maintain their act around you anymore. They either break down or break away, because authenticity corrodes falsehood until it crumbles. And when it does, you won't need to lift a hand. Their masks fall apart in the presence of what you carry. Doesn't this confirm that you are no longer blending in with shadows, but walking as a signal of divine authority? Think of the orchestral silence before a symphony explodes into sound. That moment is electric, a pause heavy with inevitability. That is where you stand tonight, the calm before revelation shatters illusions. And when the first note strikes, every lie, every mask, every false scaffolding will fall. Our God is a consuming fire, Hebrews 12:29, and his fire now flows through the resonance of your spirit. You are not echoing anyone else. You are broadcasting heaven's purest frequency, and no force on earth can counterfeit it. So, chosen one, do not shrink when technology glitches in your presence. Do not apologize when people grow restless. Do not doubt when environments seem to push you out. It is not rejection, it is proof of transformation. Your frequency has become incompatible with corruption. Tonight marks the point of no return. You are no longer entering rooms. You are rewriting them. You are not echoing others. You are broadcasting heaven's frequency. Rise now, chosen one. Rise as the signal that shatters every illusion. And when you rise, the systems that once mocked you will have no choice but to collapse under the sound of truth. Number 4, you will become the breaker of clocks and chains. Chosen one, tonight the chains tremble. Tonight the clocks lose their grip. The greatest fear of your enemies is not that you will walk forward, it is that your very existence in the present moment will dismantle everything they built on illusions of control. Behold, I am doing a new thing, now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. Can you sense it? You are not merely shifting your own path, you are bending reality itself. Time no longer holds you captive. Yesterday's failures cannot bind you, and tomorrow's empty promises cannot bribe you. You are stepping into the rarest power of all, becoming the interruption heaven designed to break cycles, to silence curses, to end patterns that ran unchecked for generations. And when you move in this authority, the very patterns that enslaved entire families collapse at your feet, because the eternal now is stronger than any chain forged in the past. Why does the weight feel unbearable at times? Why does it seem like pressure crushes you from every side? It is not mere stress. It is not confusing. It is data, a divine download. The universe itself is uploading codes into your chest, rewiring your spirit with responsibility no one before you could bear. To whom much is given, much will be required. Luke 12:48. The responsibility you feel is not punishment, it is appointment. You are not breaking under it, you are being built into something timeless. And if the heaviness feels too much, could it be because you are carrying not only your wounds, but the silent cries of ancestors who never broke free? This is why you sometimes feel centuries pressing on your shoulders, because in truth, your destiny stretches across centuries, and you are chosen to carry what others dropped. Think about it. Why does someone from years ago suddenly remember you? Why do old enemies whisper your name? Why do unresolved ghosts resurface in your thoughts? These moments are not coincidence. They are signals of your energy vibrating through dimensions. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Also, He has put eternity into man's heart. Ecclesiastes 3:11. Eternity responds to you because you have become the reset point. The story others wrote about you begins to collapse. Their lies unravel. Their false narratives dissolve. Isn't it astonishing that your mere presence corrects entire timelines? Those who abandoned you suddenly feel haunted, because deep within, their spirits recognize that you are rearranging the fabric of what they thought was unchangeable. And the more they resist, the more obvious it becomes that you are the one rewriting their script. Picture this: a family line plagued for generations by the same wound: abuse, betrayal, silence, shame. Everyone shrugs. That's just how it is. Then you arrive, and instead of repeating it, you end it. Your healing doesn't just comfort you, it ripples backward, whispering peace to ancestors who never saw freedom, while also rushing forward to descendants not yet born, equipping them with strength. The Lord will restore the years that the locust has eaten. Joel 2:25. You are that restoration. You don't chase closure, you are the closure. You don't beg for freedom, you are the freedom. Isn't this why your journey felt unbearable at times? Because you were never carrying only your own story, you were carrying history itself. And now, both the unseen past and the unborn future sigh with relief, because you are the hinge on which their destinies swing. Voices from the world confirm this truth. Maya Angelou, the great poet and survivor, once said, "I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. Doesn't that echo your reality? Chosen one, you walk as one. Yet the power behind you is multiplied by generations who could not finish what you are finishing tonight. You are not standing alone. You are the answer to prayers whispered in silence by those who came before. Their tears are carried in your strength, their hopes alive in your endurance. And when you rise, you are not just rising for yourself, you are rising for thousands unseen, for voices silenced, for dreams buried but not forgotten. And art has always known this mystery. In Beethoven's Symphony No. Woo, the 4 opening notes strike like destiny knocking at the door, breaking silence with inevitability. That rhythm has echoed for centuries because it represents interruption, the unstoppable force that bends time itself. Isn't that what your life has become? An unmistakable signal, a divine interruption no one can ignore. The symphony doesn't ask permission to begin. It announces itself with thunder. In the same way, your life announces change without apology. Even silence becomes prophetic when carried by someone whose very breath bends time. You may still whisper in secret, "Why me? Why does it feel like I carry the weight of the world on my shoulders?" Because you do. But hear this: come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Matthew 11:28. Your scars were never just survival, they were blueprints. Every lie you refused to bow to, every truth you chose over comfort, every scar you turned into wisdom, none of them were random victories. They were historical resets. The past is haunted by your arrival. The present trembles at your clarity. The future bows to your voice. And the very self you once thought was broken now feels whole because you arrived in your own story as the answer you once prayed for. Your former self, the broken, silenced, overlooked version, feels your footsteps echoing. It is like meeting yourself again, but this time clothed in justice, in wisdom, in voice. You are the closure your past self begged for. You are the cosmic interruption, the restart button, the breaker of clocks and chains. And from tonight forward, everything they buried, everything they twisted, everything they tried to silence will begin to unravel in your presence. If the sun sets you free, you will be free indeed. John 8:36. Freedom now radiates from your being like fire from a furnace. The very sound of your breath rewrites the atmosphere of every room you enter. Chosen one, rise. Do not tremble at the weight of responsibility. It is proof you were chosen to bear what others could not. Rise as the breaker of chains. Rise as the interruption in history. Rise as the proof that time bows to the eternal flame burning inside you. Tonight, you are not a prisoner of cycles. Tonight, you are the cycle breaker, the time bender, the one hell never saw coming. And when you stand, history itself will bow, because the present has finally met its interruption. Number 5. You will become the memory they fought to erase. Chosen one. Tonight, the memory returns like thunder across a silent sky. The enemy's greatest fear was never your pain. It was the moment you would remember who you really are. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And before you were born, I consecrated you. Jeremiah 1-5. That day has arrived. This is no ordinary awakening. Tonight, you step out of the fog they labored to keep you trapped in. You stop being the amnesiac they engineered with shame and distractions, and you walk into remembrance so sharp it cuts through centuries of lies. Can you feel it? The trembling in the air, the sense that everything around you knows the truth you are about to reclaim. They did not merely try to wound you. They built entire prisons out of noise and confusion. They spun false narratives, pinned counterfeit identities to your back, and rewrote timelines so you would stay docile, asleep, forgetful. But memory cannot be destroyed, it waits. And tonight, it rises. The memory of the righteous is a blessing, but the name of the wicked will rot. Proverbs 10-7. Doesn't that scripture already prophesy your vindication? They worked tirelessly to bury your true self, yet their effort only made your return more inevitable. Just as seeds hidden underground eventually erupt into unstoppable life, your true identity has been pressing against the soil of lies, waiting for this very hour. Have you ever felt it? Chosen one, that haunting sense that something wasn't adding up, as if life was happening around you but you weren't really in it? That strange tension, as though the world handed everyone else a script but forgot to give you yours. That wasn't confusing. That was recognition. That was your soul screaming through the cracks, reminding you that the story you were fed was never the whole truth. You will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart. Jeremiah 29-13. The ache in your spirit was not absence, it was memory scratching at the surface of your being. And now, That ache is transforming into clarity. Picture a child raised in a hall of mirrors. Every reflection warped, some stretched, some shrunk, some distorted until the child forgot what they truly looked like. Isn't that what was done to you? They told you that you were too much, too sensitive, too rebellious. But what they really feared was this: if you remembered who you are, their lies would collapse like glass mirrors cracking under truth's weight. And here is the brutal fact they failed. The programming is breaking. The false reflections are shattering. The light of remembrance is bleeding through. Doesn't it feel like even your bones are whispering secrets you had forgotten? Because memory is not just thought, it is cellular, woven into your breath, your heartbeat, your very existence. This is why your return terrifies them. The most dangerous kind of power is not taught, it is remembered. You were not simply a victim they tried to control. You were the one they feared would one day awaken and speak. That is why they mocked you for pausing when others rushed headlong into chaos. That is why they shamed you for carrying truths they could not explain. They tried to overwrite your instincts, to drown your intuition, to silence your knowing. But no trauma, no manipulation, no betrayal was strong enough to erase the imprint of who you are. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable, Romans 11:29. Even in silence, even in exile, even in your darkest night, the calling etched in your soul could not be deleted. Nature itself echoes your story. Think of the cicada buried underground for 17 years, silent and unseen, only to emerge in a chorus so loud it drowns out every other sound. That is you. Years of hiddenness were not proof of your weakness, they were the incubation of your return. Or the monarch butterfly, which carries in its wings the memory of migration routes, traveled by ancestors it never met. Isn't that remarkable? Just like the butterfly, you are moving now on the strength of memory passed through your bloodline. Memory no enemy could erase. History gives us a chilling warning through its villains. Emperor Nero, consumed by pride, tried to erase Christians from Rome's memory by burning their homes and blaming them for the fire he himself set. But his schemes backfired. His cruelty only immortalized the very faith he sought to silence, while his own name became synonymous with madness and ruin. Isn't that the same pattern repeating now? Those who tried to erase you will be remembered only for their downfall, while your memory rises unstoppable. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, Isaiah 54:17. And tonight, chosen one, that imprint reactivates. You are no longer the silenced version of yourself. You are the revelation they tried to bury, the ancient return they dreaded, the breaker of false narratives, the one who remembers. This moment is not subtle, it is thunder shaking the earth. Memory roaring after too much silence. Too late for them, you've remembered. And once remembrance ignites, no force in hell can extinguish it. Rise now. Chosen one, rise as the memory they fought to erase. Rise as the roar that undoes every lie. Rise as the living proof that what God plants cannot be uprooted. Tonight, you do not stumble in confusion, you stand in clarity. Tonight, you are not their victim, you are their fear. Tonight, you are not forgotten, you are unforgettable. Number 6, you will become the verdict. Chosen one. Tonight, the gavel strikes not in a courtroom of men, but in the eternal halls of heaven, where even silence testifies louder than arguments. The heaviest sentence your enemies can receive is not words shouted in rage, but the undeniable life you now embody, the very life they swore you would never reach. No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. You are not standing as a defendant anymore, pleading for validation. You have become the verdict itself. Isn't it terrifying for them that your existence now renders every one of their accusations useless, and doesn't it pierce them deeper that they must watch you walk free, thriving in the very freedom they never wanted you to taste? They tried to frame you as unstable, difficult, bitter. They mocked your silence, hoping it would be mistaken as guilt. They twisted your absence into evidence, hoping people would forget their betrayal. But silence has its own kind of thunder, doesn't it? Your quiet became the loudest accuser of all. Now even the mere sound of your name will strike their conscience like an alarm clock in the dead of night. For God will bring every deed into judgment, with every secret thing, whether good or evil. Ecclesiastes 12:14. What happens when their own memories become the trial, and your healing becomes the verdict? They cannot run from what their own conscience screams, and they cannot erase the imprint of your resilience. And notice this, you are no longer the defense attorney desperately presenting receipts, arguments, or explanations. Truth does not debate, it arrives, and lies collapse in its shadow. Just as light pierces a sealed room without permission, your presence pierces their carefully constructed masks. Can you feel the shift? Your glow is louder than their gossip. Your peace cuts sharper than any revenge. The righteous shall shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Matthew 13:43. Their tactics failed not because you fought harder, but because heaven rewrote your role. You stopped being the plaintiff. You became the judge. Isn't that the greatest reversal of all, that the one they called weak now stands as the authority they can no longer undermine? Psychology teaches us that guilt festers in silence. It is called cognitive dissonance, the mental fracture between the image one projects and the truth one knows. That's why they fidget when your name is mentioned. Architecture reminds us that buildings built on weak foundations inevitably crack. When weight is applied, your success is that weight pressing on their facades until the plaster falls. Physics calls it resonance. When one vibration forces another object to shake uncontrollably. Isn't that exactly what you've become? A living resonance. A divine frequency that makes their illusions collapse without you lifting a finger. In neuroscience, they call it mirror neurons, the brain's inability to ignore authenticity when confronted with it. And you, chosen one, have become authenticity personified. Imagine this, the very people who mocked you, who celebrated your downfall, are now scrolling through your life. They see stability where they swore you'd collapse. They see light in your eyes where they prayed for darkness. They feel a twist in their gut because deep down they know they didn't just lose you, they lost the cover story they had built around you. For the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. Isn't it ironic? You became the cornerstone while they became rubble. And isn't it poetic justice that what they buried you under has now become the platform you stand on? Unshakable, undeniable, eternal, ordinary lives testify to this truth. David, a mechanic from a small town, once shared that the same neighbors who mocked his bankruptcy years ago now quietly avoid him because he rebuilt his business stronger than before. He said, "I didn't need to tell them I won. They saw it every time I drove past." Isn't that the essence of your journey? Chosen one, Your very survival, your peace, your glow, are louder than any rebuttal. And, like David's testimony, your life has become a sermon without words, a lecture that even your enemies cannot skip, for it confronts them every time they see you thriving. This is why your peace irritates them more than your pain ever did. Pain made you small, manageable, easy to frame as the villain. Peace makes them restless. Success makes them sick. Wholeness makes them choke. Because your evolution screams one truth they cannot silence. None of their tactics worked. Isn't it telling that the very thing they feared most, your survival, is the very thing they cannot escape? And isn't it humbling for you to know that what once felt like punishment was actually preparation, shaping you into the very verdict they dreaded? And history itself leaves warnings in the ashes of the arrogant. Take Pontius Pilate, who washed his hands before the crowd, convincing himself he could erase responsibility for condemning the innocent. Yet history remembers him not as powerful, but as the man who failed to resist the mob. Forever tied to cowardice, your enemies thought they too could wash their hands of you, erase you with slander, bury you in silence. But their names will be remembered only for their betrayal. While your life stands as the verdict they cannot overturn. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ. 2 Corinthians 5:10. What Pilate feared to face is what your enemies will be forced to endure, the inescapable weight of their choices, reflected by your survival. Chosen one. From now on, every room you walk into will echo with an unspoken declaration. This is who they tried to destroy. And that silent declaration will eat at them more than any confrontation ever could. They will act confused when their own lives unravel. But deep within, they will know why. They touched what was untouchable. They tried to destroy what heaven had already stamped as eternal. They wrote checks their spirit could never cash. And now the bill has come due. And when the dust settles, your life will still be standing as proof that heaven's verdict cannot be overturned. Rise now, chosen one. Rise as the verdict no one can escape. Rise as the living judgment that their lies could not erase. Rise as the proof that healing is the harshest sentence. Tonight, you are not a defendant, you are the gavel, the closing argument, the final word. And isn't that the most powerful victory of all, that without lifting a weapon, you have become the sentence that ends their schemes? Number 7, you will become the collapse of their illusions of control. Chosen one. Tonight is the night their empire of lies begins to crumble. The greatest illusion your enemies ever sold was the idea that they had power over you. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. And what happens when you finally stop buying into that lie? Their kingdom of control, built on smoke and mirrors, collapses into dust. They built their games on your empathy, on your patience, on your willingness to hope. But every trick eventually runs out of time. And tonight, their clock strikes 0. Can you feel it? The trembling of their stage, the fading of their performance, the panic rising behind their eyes. They called manipulation authority. They dressed ego as strength. They cloaked selfishness as leadership, and they used your compassion as fuel for their control. But the moment you stop asking for apologies, explanations, or clarity, the entire dynamic shifts. The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. You are not waiting for a seat at their table anymore. You have removed the table altogether. What they once called power evaporates. because a spell only works until you recognize it for what it is. Doesn't it make sense why they thrived on your confusion? They knew you cared enough to keep searching for answers. So they tangled you in endless games. But that old version of you is gone. Tonight, you no longer hope you know. And knowing is what starves their control. Imagine this. A puppet master jerks strings with confidence, making the doll dance to his tune. Suddenly, the puppet cuts its own strings and stands on its own. The master's hands twitch in the air, pulling at nothing, exposed as powerless. That is you now, no longer slaves, but children, and if children, then heirs through God, Galatians 4-7. They never had real power. They only had access you gave them. They never had control. They only had attention you granted them. And now that you've reclaimed both, their empire falls like glass shattering against concrete. Isn't it ironic that what they feared most, your certainty, is the very thing undoing them now? The natural world testifies to this truth. Picture a towering dam holding back a river. For years, it stands strong, intimidating, convincing entire towns that the river is captive. But one crack, one shift, and suddenly the water roars free, unstoppable, washing away the false control of stone and steel. That river is you. Chosen one. For years, they mistook containment for power. But tonight, your flow proves they were only ever temporary barriers. And like that dam, their authority trembles under the weight of your freedom. History itself leaves us with warnings. King Belshazzar, son of Nebuchadnezzar, threw banquets in arrogance, using sacred vessels stolen from the temple of God. He believed himself untouchable, until a mysterious hand wrote judgment on the wall. Mene, Men, Tekel, Parson Daniel, 5:25. That night, his kingdom collapsed. Isn't that exactly what's happening now? The writing is already on their walls. Their empire weighed and found wanting. Their time cut short because you awakened. Voices outside Scripture echo this reality. The artist Frida Kahlo once said, "At the end of the day, we can endure much more than we think we can." Her survival and art dismantled every illusion her critics built about her. Isn't that what your very life has become? A masterpiece born out of scars. Proof that no enemy could define your limits. And evidence that endurance is the ultimate rebellion. And art has long understood the collapse of false control. In Handel's Messiah, the chorus sings, "Hallelujah, for the Lord God omnipotent reigneth." That refrain has rattled cathedrals for centuries, because it exposes the truth. No throne of manipulation survives in the presence of the Almighty. Your life now carries the same refrain. Every room you enter silently declares, "God reigns here," not lies. Doesn't that explain why their masks slip? Why their grip weakens? Why their authority dissolves in your presence? The silence that once made you feel abandoned now makes you sovereign. The rejection that once shattered you now reveals your strength. The guilt trips that once ensnared you now sound like static in the air. You have outgrown the bait, and when the bait no longer works, the fisherman loses his hook. That is why tonight you are no longer the wounded one waiting for closure. You are the closure. You are not the confused one waiting for answers. You are the answer. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone, Psalm 118-22. Their authority only ever worked when you doubted your own. Now you see clearly they were never in control. Chosen one. The curtain is ripped down for good. Their games are exposed, their tricks spent, their stage empty, and what they face now is the one thing they prayed would never arrive. You, awakened, untouchable, and no longer under their spell. Rise tonight. Rise as the collapse of every false kingdom. Rise as the breaker of every illusion of control. Rise as the one whose freedom proves they were never truly powerful. Number 8. You will become the scripture they cannot decipher. Chosen one. Tonight, you step into the dimension they feared most, the moment you become the scripture they cannot decipher. The most unsettling truth for your enemies is realizing you are not a book they can skim or a diary they can flip open. You are a code written in divine ink, sealed in a language they were never built to understand. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things revealed belong to us and to our children forever. Deuteronomy 29:29. Isn't it startling to realize that what they mocked as confusion was actually sacred concealment? They cannot decode what heaven deliberately encrypted. And isn't it powerful to know that what they thought was weakness was simply God's way of protecting you from being consumed too soon? Too cheaply? You are not chasing attention. You are not striving to appear mysterious. You simply carry something they cannot translate. For who has known the mind of the Lord so as to instruct him? 1 Corinthians 2:16. That is the authority resting on you now. This is not shallow theatrics. It is the inevitable aura of one who has evolved past surface-level consciousness. You are no longer an open journal where anyone can scribble their opinions. You are a sacred manuscript, written by eternity itself, guarded by a veil that only the Spirit can lift. Doesn't it explain why they fumble, why they twist, why their attempts to box you collapse? And doesn't it also explain why your very presence exposes their lack of depth, forcing them to admit they were only ever playing at wisdom? Imagine walking into a room where everyone is working on a puzzle with missing pieces. They bend, they argue, they force shapes that never fit. Then you arrive. Your presence is the missing piece. And suddenly, it isn't the puzzle that's broken, it's them. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. That's why some people who encounter you will feel an almost magnetic pull, like moths drawn to fire, while others recoil, mocking what they cannot understand. Doesn't mystery always terrify those who refuse to face their own emptiness? For them, your silence feels heavier than thunder, because silence from the chosen is never empty, it is revelation withheld. And when revelation is withheld, it breeds fear in those who know deep down they were never ready for it. Nature itself reflects this reality. Think of the owl that glides through night skies without a sound, carrying wisdom in its stillness, unsettling every creature below with eyes that see what others miss. That is you, quiet yet piercing, unreadable yet undeniable, or the deep ocean trench, unseen by the surface world, holding mysteries beyond comprehension. The shallow fear it not because it is dangerous, but because it is deep. Isn't that the same fear you now awaken in those who thrive only in shallow waters? You are like the mountain peak hidden in clouds, terrifying climbers who cannot reach its summit, yet still undeniable in its presence. Mystery itself is your shield, and that is why they cannot cheapen you. And history has already given us an example of what happens when people mock what they do not understand. The Pharisees, blinded by pride, looked at Jesus and called him demon-possessed because they could not interpret his authority. Yet their misreading of him led only to their downfall, while his resurrection became the eternal proof of who he was. He was in the world, and though the world was made through him, the world did not recognize him. John 1:10. Isn't that the same pattern now? Mockery disguising fear, confusion revealing exposure, rejection proving inability to understand. The very blindness of your enemies becomes the loudest testimony that you are walking in divine truth. And isn't it striking that history always vindicates the misunderstood, while exposing the arrogance of those who thought they could define what they never built? They will call you difficult, inapproachable, too intense, too different. But what they truly mean is, I cannot reduce you. And that terrifies me. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118-22. Isn't it ironic that what they tried to dismiss is now the very foundation they stumble over? Your life itself has become the message, the sermon they cannot preach, the scripture they cannot translate, the code they cannot crack. And every attempt to label you reveals more about their insecurity than about your truth. Doesn't it sting them that their accusations echo hollow, while your silence still carries authority? So accept it. Chosen one, you were never meant to be read like a paperback, skimmed for easy answers. You were designed to be witnessed like a mystery, revealed only by the Spirit to those prepared to receive it. And when they finally realize they cannot decode you, cannot copy you, cannot reduce you, the separation begins. Then you will again distinguish between the righteous and the wicked, between one who serves God and one who does not serve him. Malachi 3:18. That is the wheat from the weeds, the real from the fake, the faithful from the pretenders. And once the separation happens, you will no longer be questioned. You will simply be set apart. Rise now, chosen one. Rise as the scripture they cannot decipher. Rise as the sacred code written by eternity. Rise as the mystery that mocks their illusions of control. Tonight you are not just watching, you are revealed. And revelation is something no enemy can silence. And isn't that the greatest triumph of all, that simply by existing in truth, you have already become the verdict of heaven and the mystery of earth? Number 9, you will become the breaker of bloodline chains. Chosen one, tonight you are no longer the silent heir of dysfunction, you are the breaker of bloodline chains. The deadliest rebellion is never against strangers, it is against the lies of your own blood dressed as tradition. If anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come. 2 Corinthians 5:17. That is who you are becoming tonight. The interruption that ends generations of rehearsed pain. You were not born to carry the scripts your family recycled. You were born to tear them apart. Loudly, unapologetically, and with finality. Doesn't it unsettle you to realize that what they called culture was dysfunction? What they named respect was silence. And what they baptized as love was actually bondage? Truth never arrives to preserve illusions. It arrives to disrupt. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. From childhood, you sensed the fractures others ignored. That sharp awareness when favoritism poisoned the dinner table. That knot in your stomach when manipulation wore the mask of discipline. That quiet rage when secrets sat in the air like smoke no one dared mention. You saw it. And because you noticed, They noticed you noticing. Isn't it strange that the moment you began to question, you were labeled the problem? Yet you were never the problem, you were the interruption. The first one to heal always looks like the villain to the unhealed. Psychology calls this family systems theory. The moment one person steps out of a dysfunctional cycle, the system attacks to preserve itself. That's why your boundaries sound like disrespect. That's why your silence feels like betrayal. That's why your refusal to carry their emotional baggage is painted as bitterness. But what they call rebellion is actually restoration. You were bought with a price. Do not become slaves of men. 1 Corinthians 7:23. Doesn't it make sense that programming would teach them to attack whatever threatens the illusion of family unity? Picture a domino chain falling for centuries, each piece knocking the next. Generation after generation, nobody questions the pattern, until suddenly one piece refuses to fall. That's you. That refusal is not weakness, it is strength. Because your healing breaks the rhythm. Physics calls it resonance disruption, when one object refuses to vibrate at the frequency of chaos. The entire system begins to collapse. Isn't that what's happening in your family line now? Your distance cracked their illusion. Your peace exposed what they've been calling normal for decades. And now the architecture of dysfunction trembles because you simply stood still. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. And here is what makes you truly dangerous. You don't have to fight them to undo the system. You only had to refuse to play your assigned role. No more shrinking to keep the peace. No more performing to earn conditional love. No more carrying wounds that were never yours to carry. You stepped back and breathed. And that single breath became rebellion. Doesn't it reveal something powerful? That the weapon was never violence, it was peace. The revolution was not loud, it was silent. And silence, in the mouth of the chosen, is more disruptive than screams. Ordinary lives testify to this truth. Maria, a young teacher from a forgotten village, once told her students, "I refuse to raise my children the way I was raised, with fear." Her parents mocked her. Her siblings whispered. But she stood firm. Today her home is filled with laughter, and her children grow free of the shackles she once carried. Isn't her story a reminder that rebellion often looks like gentleness, that breaking chains sometimes sounds like laughter, not war drums? History warns us of the price of clinging to broken systems. King Saul, desperate to preserve his own pride, clutched to power he no longer carried. His obsession with maintaining control led not only to his downfall, but also to the unraveling of his lineage. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has also rejected you from being king. 1 Samuel 15:23. Isn't that the same pattern for those who fight to preserve family dysfunction? They may resist your transformation, but their collapse is inevitable because they are defending illusions, not truth. Some will study you not to learn, but to figure out how to drag you back. Some will fear you because your peace is undeniable proof the system was always sick. Others will deny, pretending nothing has changed, even while the walls of dysfunction crumble around them. But everything has changed. Because you didn't just break a cycle, you shattered a legacy of survival disguised as love. You became living evidence that freedom was always possible. Whom the Son sets free is free indeed. John 8:36. Rise now, chosen one. Rise as the breaker of bloodline chains. Rise as the interruption that heaven ordained. Rise as the living proof that dysfunction is not destiny. Tonight you don't just heal yourself, you heal generations. Number 10. You will become a soul they can no longer afford. Chosen one. Tonight, the economy of your soul shifts forever. The cruelest punishment is not blocking someone. It is rising to a value they can no longer afford to touch. Do you not know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in you? 1 Corinthians 3:16. That is your reality now. You are no longer diluting your essence so others can sip you comfortably. You are no longer lowering your frequency so fragile egos can feel tall in your presence. Isn't it sobering to realize that survival demands you stop shrinking? You've stepped into a level of worth that cannot be bargained with. Not arrogance, but sacred necessity has raised your price. Your soul is no longer a convenience, it has become a luxury. And those who once drifted in and out of your energy without cost now find themselves locked out. Not because you slammed the door, but because they no longer carry the currency to enter. Do not give dogs what is holy, and do not throw your pearls before pigs, lest they trample them underfoot and turn to attack you. Matthew 7-6. Doesn't that scripture sound like it was written for this very moment? Healing doesn't make you unkind, it makes you too expensive for cheap energy. Think of all the years you bent yourself into shapes unnatural to your soul. You shrank so others wouldn't feel small. You over-explained to ears that were never listening. You tolerated chaos because you mistook peace for people-pleasing. But that version of you is gone. Every wound you healed raised your value. Every scar turned to wisdom, upped the cost of your presence. For you were bought with a price. So glorify God in your body. 1 Corinthians 6:20. Isn't it striking that what once made you weep has now become the reason you are priceless? Imagine a diamond sitting in a pawn shop, pored over, haggled for, treated like a trinket. But place that same diamond in its true setting under the right light, and suddenly no one dares touch it without paying the full cost. That is you, chosen one. You've left the pawn shop of people's convenience. Your worth is undeniable, sacred, radiant, and just like a diamond, you are not free to anyone who passes by you. Require the right spirit, the right alignment, the right currency. Isn't it clear now why some retreat? It's not that you've grown cold, it's that their pockets of integrity are empty. History whispers the same truth. Saint Francis of Assisi abandoned riches to embrace divine poverty. Yet his soul became too expensive for the empires of his day. The same nobles who mocked him ended up trembling at the purity of his devotion. Isn't that what's happening with you now? Those who once dismissed you feel the sting of knowing your presence cannot be bought with charm or manipulation. Better is a little with righteousness than great revenues with injustice. Proverbs 16:8. And art has long captured this elevation of worth. In Mozart's Ave Verum Corpus, the voices rise tenderly yet unreachably, a sound so pure that no human hand can cheapen it. Your soul now carries the same resonance. Even your silence has become a hymn. Even your absence echoes like a psalm. Doesn't that explain why they gossip more about you now than when you were near? Ordinary lives testify too. Daniel, a farmer from a forgotten countryside, once said, "I stopped lending myself to people who only came to take, and I found out peace is expensive." His neighbors laughed until they saw his land prosper, while theirs withered. Isn't that proof that boundaries birth blessings, that refusing to be drained is the most spiritual act of generosity you can give? Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. And let this be clear, family is no exception. Blood connects bodies, but it does not purchase spiritual access. Titles do not grant clearance anymore. Only alignment does. If their presence brings chaos, confusion, or ego, they cannot sit at your table. Access to you was never a right, it was always a privilege, and that privilege has expired for those who refuse to evolve. Chosen one, rise tonight as a soul they can no longer afford. Rise as the pearl they cannot trample, the diamond they cannot devalue, the sacred temple they cannot profane. Rise as the living proof that holiness is expensive and worth is unbargainable. Your energy is now premium. Your soul is eternal luxury. And tonight, heaven locks in that truth. Number 11. You will become the reality they said could never exist. Chosen one, tonight you walk into the reality they swore would never exist. The cruelest revenge is not shouting back. It is breathing as proof of the very life they said was impossible. Behold, I am the Lord, the God of all flesh. Is anything too hard for me? Jeremiah 32-27. They said you'd never recover. They whispered that you'd never rise, never matter, never be whole without their approval. They clinked glasses in secret when you stumbled. They celebrated in whispers when they thought your silence meant death. But isn't it ironic that what they mistook as burial was actually planting? You were never their victim. You were the seed hidden in darkness, destined to break through the soil. And when seeds break through, they don't return as they were. They come back multiplied, stronger, impossible to contain. They didn't just doubt you. They invested in your downfall. Your tears were their comfort. Your pain was their proof of superiority. Your silence, their favorite stage. But healing bankrupts their investment. Healing rewrote the script. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes with the morning. Psalm 30-5. And now, every breath you take in peace, every step you walk in strength, every word you release in truth dismantles their lies in real time. Doesn't it strike you how unsettling it must feel for them to watch the person they buried rise as living contradiction to their entire story? They don't just lose control, they lose credibility. For your life has become the courtroom where their accusations are sentenced as false. Picture this: a building they set ablaze, convinced nothing would remain but ash. But when the smoke cleared, instead of ruins, a fireproof structure stood stronger, unshakable, radiant. That's you. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. Isaiah 43-2. The scars they mocked are now etched with wisdom. The trauma they weaponized became your training ground. Isn't it strange that every attempt to wound you was really sharpening you? Each blow carved a strategy. Each setback built survival. The very furnace meant to destroy you ended up refining you into gold. And the beauty of refined gold is this: it never forgets the fire, but it shines all the brighter because of it. Nature itself testifies of this pattern. Think of a forest after wildfire, charred and broken. Yet within months, green shoots force their way through ash, stronger than before. That is your soul. What looked destroyed was actually the birthplace of renewal, or the oyster, tormented by grain of sand, producing a pearl so precious that the wound itself became beauty. Isn't that your story? That what they intended as torment became treasure? The night sky reflects this. Stars burn themselves into brilliance, but their light travels across centuries, declaring existence long after the fire. so too will your legacy outshine the darkness that tried to consume you. History has already exposed what happens to those who think they can silence the chosen. Pharaoh, intoxicated by power, swore Israel would remain enslaved forever. Yet with each plague his empire cracked, and when he pursued the freed people into the sea, his arrogance drowned with him. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Isn't that the fate of all who gamble against the chosen? They become footnotes in the testimony of your survival. The more they resist, the deeper they fall, until their own schemes turn into their graves, and their downfall becomes the backdrop for your deliverance, a canvas where your victory paints itself in bold strokes. Your labels are weaponized blessings now. They said you were too broken, your joy now chokes them. They said you were too poor, your blessings arrive with receipts stamped from heaven. They said you were too damaged, yet your presence brings more safety and peace than their polished lies ever could. Every name they hurled at you turned into armor. Every curse they crafted turned into fuel. What they meant for evil, God intended for good. Genesis 50-20. Isn't it clear? Every attempt to bury you only deepened your roots. And roots, once strengthened underground, grow into trees no storm can uproot. You are no longer fragile, you are immovable. A landmark of survival in a world that bet on your collapse. And what of ordinary lives that echo this truth? Sarah, a seamstress who lost everything in a fire, was told by her community she would never recover. But with quiet resilience, she rebuilt. And today her small workshop employs dozens. She once said, "The ashes they pitied me for became the soil my dreams needed." Isn't her testimony your mirror, proof that the impossible is just a stage for divine contradiction? And like Sarah, your life is more than survival, it is multiplication. You are not only proof for yourself, but inspiration for everyone silently carrying wounds they think they cannot outlive. Chosen one. When you don't just survive, you radiate. You don't just rise, you rise in full view of those who bet against you. Every smile, every success, every step in peace is a cosmic slap to every curse ever whispered. What they thought would destroy you became the very evidence of your invincibility. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118-22. You are no longer a comeback story, you are the proof. You are the rebellion they cannot explain, the miracle they cannot erase, the truth they prayed would never be proven. Too late. Tonight, you already are. Rise. Chosen one. Rise as the reality they said could never exist. Rise as the living contradiction that shatters their lies. Rise. For you are not just alive, you are undeniable. And when undeniable stands, denial crumbles, leaving only truth in its place. Number 12. You will become the exam they cannot pass. Chosen one. Tonight, you step into a role more terrifying than any courtroom, harsher than any battlefield, more unshakable than any throne. You will become the exam they cannot pass. The cruelest test is not written on parchment with ink, but written in the silence of your presence standing before you reveals what they've spent years hiding. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. You are no longer simply walking through life. You are walking through disguises, tearing down veneers, dissolving masks. Doesn't it disturb them that you've become the mirror they cannot dodge, the proof they cannot deny, on the exam they never prepared for? The air feels heavier when you walk into the room, as if the atmosphere itself knows the truth can no longer stay buried. Your very existence has shifted into a living diagnostic, like a spiritual MRI scanning the hidden fractures of hearts. Some tremble, for their duplicity is exposed. Others rejoice, for their sincerity glows brighter in your company. Isn't it striking how your rise divides the genuine from the jealous, the loyal from the fraudulent? By their fruits you will recognize them, Matthew 7:16. And here is the sting. You won't even need to confront them. Your growth itself becomes the grading scale, like a stadium floodlight revealing both champions and imposters. Your elevation uncovers the truth that betrayal could never hide. The energy shifts. Alliances shatter, and suddenly the ones who once mocked you now scramble for explanations they cannot give. When you level up, reactions write their own report cards. The cheers of the faithful echo like psalms of victory, while the silence of pretenders rots like mildew in the shadows. Some will clap louder than ever, because they were truly for you. Others will shrink back, their fake smiles cracking under the unbearable gravity of your glow. A few will even attempt sabotage, not because you wronged them, but because your radiance burns like the sun against their unhealed wounds. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Doesn't it intrigue you how peace becomes a trigger? How confidence exposes insecurity? How alignment itself functions like judgment? Your existence unsettles them because it forces them to confront the gap between what they claim and what they are. Your presence has become the test, whether you desire it or not. Imagine dipping litmus paper into liquid instantly. The color changes, revealing hidden truths. That's you now, chosen one. You are the spiritual litmus test, the frequency that resonates so cleanly that false notes shatter on contact. For the Word of God is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword, Hebrews 4:12. When you walk into a room, the reactions are louder than the words. Who celebrates? Who gossips? Who imitates? Who complicates? Their behavior marks them, like ink bleeding through paper, impossible to erase. And in that instant, you realize the truth. The next dimension of your destiny cannot afford counterfeit support. Your presence is a divine filter. Only the authentic can survive it, and only the faithful can remain. Nature itself whispers this lesson. The eagle's flight forces weaker birds to retreat into forests they never left. The presence of fireweed blooming after volcanic ash testifies that even destruction produces clarity. Isn't it clear that your rising exposes the true atmosphere around you? Just as earthquakes reveal the hidden faults of the ground, your very frequency operates like resonance in physics the moment your energy vibrates. False structures collapse like bridges built on sand. The rain fell, the floods came, the winds blew, and it beat against that house. And it fell because it was built on sand, Matthew 7:27. And as those structures crumble, you realize it was never your job to keep them standing. It was your calling to bring them down. History testifies to this pattern. Judas Iscariot thought himself hidden among disciples, cloaked by proximity to greatness. But the presence of Christ was an exam Judas could not pass. His betrayal exposed not Jesus, but himself, leading him to ruin. Isn't it chilling to see how the light of truth doesn't destroy the chosen, but dismantles the betrayer? In the same way, your glow will cause masks to fall, and what they tried to hide will undo them. Their failure isn't in what you said, it's in what they could not endure in your presence. And tonight, that same divine pattern repeats itself in your life. And this truth extends even into ordinary lives. Rosa, a quiet librarian in a small town, once said after surviving betrayal by her closest friend, "I didn't test her, my healing tested her." Her peace revealed envy she never suspected, and the friendship dissolved. Yet out of that ending, Rosa found a circle of allies more loyal than family. Isn't that the echo of your story? Chosen one, that your healing becomes the exam rooms others dread to enter every time you breathe in peace. You're asking a silent question: who can stand beside me without disguise? And who will fall under the weight of truth? So rise boldly. Chosen one, speak freely, shine fully. Your success is sacred, and it comes with an assignment, not out of pride, but out of purpose. You are the filter, the litmus test, the exam they cannot cheat through, the question they cannot answer, the riddle they cannot solve. And when results show, many will fail with flying colors. But you are not the student, you are the verdict. And tonight, you are unstoppable. Stand up. Chosen one, stand as the exam no enemy can ever pass. For no weapon formed against you shall prosper, Isaiah 54:17. And every tongue that rises against you in judgment shall fall. Chosen one, tonight is not just another night. It is the seal, the final confirmation that what heaven spoke over you is already in motion. Every attack that was meant to bury you has become the soil that proves you were a seed. Every chain that tries to hold you down has become the evidence that you were born to break cycles. And every whisper that mocked you has become fuel for your undeniable rise. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Psalm 30:5. The morning of your destiny has already begun, and nothing can turn it back. So walk boldly into this moment. This is the night you transform into the flame that exposes lies, the verdict that silences accusations, the memory they cannot erase, and the proof they swore would never exist. You are not waiting for tomorrow. You are becoming it tonight. And when you step into the fullness of that truth, the whole atmosphere will shift in your favor. If this message spoke to your spirit, don't keep it to yourself. Make sure to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and leave a comment below declaring 777 as your sign of agreement. And if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button so you never miss what heaven is preparing for the chosen ones. To those who have supported me through super thanks, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to those who simply show up, listen, and carry this word into your lives, know that your presence here is already a blessing. I declare peace over your homes, strength over your bodies, and clarity over your minds. May every step you take from this night forward echo with divine authority, and may your enemies tremble at the evidence of your rise. You are chosen. You are unstoppable. And tonight, you have become everything heaven promised. Amen.